Hey everyone, welcome to the stream. This is Accounting Nightmare. Welcome Mia, welcome Tag, good to see yous. Fill up for streaming, so we're gonna stream and do some more class quests. It feels good to tick all these off one by one. I am starting to get keen to get back to the MSQ, but we've still got role quests as well to do. And also, I'm kind of two minds about the MSQ because that'll lead into Endwalker, and I don't feel ready for Endwalker. I still want to like level classes and finish quests and stuff. But I'm also really looking forward to Endwalker, so I don't know, I'm in a weird place. But let's do Machinist quests. And this song is called Unbreakable Duality from the Stormblood soundtrack. Very cool. Okay. Yeah, so I've been wanting to do Machinist because I really like the storyline for Machinist earlier on. I like the characters. Yeah, I still haven't decided what I want to main into Endwalker. I was thinking maybe, because I like the idea of going Warrior to kind of like continue Ardbert's legacy, maybe? Oh, I don't know, there's so many good choices though. I don't know. Yeah, I'm thinking of Warrior. But maybe once I watch the trailer I'll want to be Paladin. I don't know. And I haven't leveled either of those to 80 yet. Haven't even leveled Gunbreaker. I want to level Gunbreaker as well. Anyway, yeah, today we'll do Machinist. And if I feel up for doing another quest after I finish Machinist, then we'll do Dancer. Okay, so Machinist. Go have a look at the journal for it. Yeah, so Machinist started off in Ishgard. Yeah, with the Sky Steel Manufactory. Yeah, it was one big arc. But I feel like that's done now, so we'll see where it goes from here. But the Stefanivian of the Halen Arts. The Halen Arts are great. I love their house. Lots of great characters in the Halen Arts. Yeah, so Stefanivian. I think he's the eldest of the Halen Arts now. He was expected to be a knight, but he didn't want to. He wanted to make guns. He wanted to invent things and tinker. He doesn't actually use guns. He wanted to tinker with them, though. Yeah, so he runs the Sky Steel Manufactory and recruited us. And he likes to employ people from the Broom, so that's pretty cool. Give jobs to and like teach skills to the people of the Broom. And one of them is Joy. Joy of 9 Faces, I think she was. Yeah, she's great. I love Joy. She's hilarious. And we're kind of working to try and gain respect for Machinists in Ishgard. And of course there was someone who was a douchebag who wanted to stop them. Which house was he from again? Not the Durandares, the other one. I forgot their name. Teedle Grinch is his name, so you can tell he's a good dude. But we had to deal with him trying to sabotage all of our efforts with the Machinists. And we eventually saved him from dragons, and we earned his respect. So that's all good now, as far as I know. There's also Rosthenthal. He's an ex-pirate from Limsa Lominsa. He's a really good gunslinger. He's been teaching us how to use the gun royal. Trying to remember the name of Teedle Grinch's house. I've forgotten the name of the 4th house. The one everyone hates. It's not in here. Oh well, I'm sure we'll remember. Oh, let's see where it goes from here, though. Roll the dice as to what class to main. I might have to. It's so hard to choose. Durandare. Not the Durandares. Zemau, that's them. Zemau. Yeah, someone from House Zemau was trying to sabotage us. But we won him over, and now some of them are even learning how to be a machinist. That's cool. Let's see where the story goes from here. I heard that Hilda might be involved, and that would be awesome, because I love Hilda. And we haven't really done much with her since Heavensward. I miss her. Hello. This pipe's probably hot. Probably shouldn't stand on it. Hello. The machinist's choice. Ah, there's Hilda. Nice. Stephanivian appears delighted to see you. Melchan, how fortuitous that you should choose this moment to visit. Pray forgive my abruptness, but are you acquainted with Ishgard's watch and the commoners who fill its ranks? Yes. Truly? You have worked with Hilda before? Splendid. Absolutely splendid. Let us then discuss the problem at hand. Following our fair city's shift to a more egalitarian form of government, there has been talk of arming the city watch with machinist weapons and equipment, the very type of initiative for which I have long advocated. And as part of this plan, I have been asked to provide a competent instructor. But as dearly as I wish to fulfill this request of Hilda's, I am afraid suitable candidates for the role are in woefully short supply. Surely you've heard the news of Alamiga's liberation, yes? Well, the aftermath of that little conflict has seen the manufactory swamped with commissions for both material and marksmen, and I've not a single machinist to spare. I was even forced to relinquish Joy, my indispensable right-hand woman, to some far-flung deployment. Ah, no Joy? And so, Melchan, you must see why your presence here this day strikes me as something of a godsend. Who better to accept this position than our most accomplished machinist? I understand, of course, that you have your own business to attend to, and can hardly spend every waking moment training the watch. Thus do I intend to share your duties with our old friend Rostenthal. Aside from his extensive knowledge of firearms, he was once the Commodore of the Knights of the Barracuda. Such experience should prove invaluable to the watch's leadership. He is the natural choice to serve as your partner in this enterprise. From what I've been told, our former instructor was recently spotted arriving in Idleshire. Pray come along, Melchan, and lend me a hand in persuading the foul-mouthed brigand to return to Ishgard. We have to persuade him again. Uh-oh. I wonder how Rostenthal has been getting along. Mayhap he'll even be eager to accept our proposal. Our favourite machinist who looks like he hasn't slept for weeks. Yes. Coffee and guns are my sustenance in life. Yes. Hello. Have you seen this place, Melchan? My prospectometer is simply overloaded by such potential. Why, the goblin technology amassed in the main square alone could keep me tinkering for days. Yeah, I've seen this place before. Not that we'll be here nearly that long. Rostenthal is a striking fellow. Someone is bound to have noticed him. Shall we ask around? And then we lost him forever. Because he stayed here and tinkered with stuff. Can I interest you in a guided tour of... Oh, just a question. Aye, I've seen such a man. He was just walking down this street, as a matter of fact. Still looking for that friend of yours? For a mere 1,000 gil, I'd be happy to guide... Fine, fine. You needn't scowl, so... Ah, big lad with an eye patch, yes? I marked his passage, as I would that of any dangerous beast. Stay your path, and you'll find him like as not. Yes, yes, he passed this way, though I fancy the one you hunt would make a fine hunter himself. Wonder what he was doing here. I've seen your man. Headed into the hard place he was, all swarthy and mysterious-like. Had half a mind to follow him in there. Really? As I said, try the hard place. You'll find your man in there. Is he the type to drink alone, or do you think he likes company? Why do I ask? Oh, no reason. I see. Hello. You okay? Ah, I see you've kept one step ahead of me, Mel-chan. At least this time around, our dear instructor was not so damnably difficult to locate, eh? I thought I heard me some familiar voices. Now what brings the two of you all the way out here? Not just a yearning to glimpse this ugly mug again, that much is certain. Astute as always, my friend. We have, in fact, come with an offer of employment. You want me to teach trigger work again? Bugger that. Why don't you have Joy do it? Joy is far too humble to fare well as an instructor, and is fully occupied by other manufactory business besides. You also have considerable experience with commanding a military company, if I'm not mistaken. Are you bloody daft, or did you just forget? Me piss-poor leadership of the Kudas is what ruined me reputation in the first place. Do you honestly reckon a man like me is fit to take charge of training your city watch? You're the best man for the job. Well, if you haven't the stones for it, you're the best man for the job. Bloody hells. You must be desperate if I'm the best you've got. Well, scratch hard enough and it might be there's some steel left under all this rust. Then this means you accept? Trim your sails there, boss. I'll make me final decision after I've had a chat with this lass what leads the watch. It seems we must arrange a meeting with Hilda. Would you mind handling the introductions? My thanks. Now I really should be getting back to the workshop. I've a small mountain of munitions to make if I'm to honour all these commissions. Do the manufactory proud, my friends. Ugh. And just when I was getting all bleeding warm again. I'll see you in Ishgard, Mo-chan. Yes, yeah, I use shades for Machinist. Yeah, and this nice coat. I believe the shades and the coat were both given to me by counting. And I think they fit Machinist quite well. Quite nice. Rosenthal actually showed up as a villain in flashbacks in 1.0 in the Limsa start. Oh! That's cool. So he's really turned his life around? Ah, that's really good to hear. Good for him. That's cool. Well, sorry, Midnight Dew, but he's leaving. Bum, bum. Hilda, Hilda, Hilda. Ow. Hello. Champion. While I'm certain that your business is most pressing, I must ask that you allow me to first conduct mine. I'm afraid you'll have to wait your turn. Hilda's got her hands full with this one. Oh god. You've picked a fine time to visit, and no mistake. What's going on? Oh, fighting. Are we clear, or must I repeat myself in simple terms? I expect very little from your lowborn riffraff. If you wish to serve Ishgard, then know your place, and keep well out of our way. Ah, cool. I'm gonna tell Emmerich on you, and you're gonna get fired. Bastard blue blood. He'd not wag his tongue like that if his boss was around. And a fine day to you, Melchan. A little bird told me you'd be on your way. The lads and lasses were well pleased to hear that they'd be learning at the foot of Ishgard's saviour. Also this guy. And you must be Rosthenthor, eh? I'll warn you right now, the Watchers are raw a lot. They ain't used to formal training, and you'll need to work 'em hard before they'll count for more than cannon fodder. Work 'em hard, you say? I do things the pirate way, lass. I'll have 'em pissing blood and wailing for their mums by first bell. We'll see about that. I don't know about Lims's back alleys, but the broom's not a place what suffers wilton daisies. What my lot lack in skill, they make up for in spirit. Ha! I like a challenge. Now, tell me more about how this watch of yours fits into Ishgard's defences. Well, we're officially back in the arms of the Eorzean Alliance, ain't we? And if the Temple Knights are marched out to deal with some crisis, the streets will be left a touch thin on soldiers. That's where the watch comes in. We've been something of an independent operation till now, but the houses want to put us on the payroll. They mean to use our numbers to plug the holes in the walls, as it were. And the best part is we get paid to do more of what we was doing for naught. Coin in our purses and food in our bellies. Can't complain about that. Aye, but the arrangement's not to everyone's liking. There's inquisitors and nobles alike looking to trip us up at every turn. They ain't keen on the idea of commoners being armed and organised. I reckon the only way to shut those bastards down is by convincing everyone else that the watch is something worth keeping. But if we mean to prove ourselves, we need proper equipment and training. That's why I took most of the coin we've been given and went begging to Lord Halenart. Now we have firearms, and 2 clever blighters to teach us how to use them. Aye, I've heard enough. You can't properly protect folk what don't recognise your authority. Just do as old Rosthenthor says, and we'll soon teach them bastards to respect you. Here's what we're gonna do first. Gather a crew of your finest lads and lasses, and slap a name on them. One what'll get them naysayers to sit up and take notice. What, you mean an elite company like the Dragoons or the Heavens Ward? I reckon a good name might impress some of the highborn, but I'll be buggered if I can think of one. Well, let's see. How about Hilda's Hounds? Oh, you mean Hilda's Hounds? Well, I do like the sound of that. What do you say, lads? That's a good name. Another Ishgard noble with rigid ideas. As soon as they've handpicked a crew for the elms, I'll start teaching them the basics. Then after they've had a chance to learn barrel from stock, you can come back and test their skills. Sound like a fair division of labour? Right then, I'll whip them into shape before you know it. Let's see just how tough these broom-born bastards really are. Nice. Leave the basic training to me. They'll be practicing drills in their dreams by the time I'm done with them. The Hounds of Ishgard, eh? Aye, I like the bloody sound of that. Let's get on with this training already. For years we've been spitting curses at the blue bloods from the shadows of the broom, but at long last we've found ourselves a place in the sun. I'm glad I chose to throw my lot in with the mongrel. The Hrunting heist? Hrunting? Hilda has a favour to ask of you. Come to see how we're doing, then? Aye, well, there ain't much to test yet. Things are coming along, but progress is bloody slow. Not one of these buggers as the flair for the irons what Year or Joy showed. Ha! We'd best let them get back to it, then. I've a different favour to ask of you, Melchan. The Watch has been tasked with its first big job, standing guard at the Temple Knight's investiture ceremony. This ceremony is an important event, and setting the Watch to, well, watch over it, is a gesture that's meant to embody the new spirit of harmony between highborn and lowborn. Lucia didn't honey her words. She said that making a mess of this duty is like to harm our reputation beyond saving. The hounds will be knocked down before they even take their first steps. But getting back to that favour, there's to be a meeting to discuss security concerns for the event, and I want you sitting in on it. You see, the representative of the Temple Knights is the kind of bloke what has me itching to shoot him in the teeth. Pompous bastard by the name of Muscadine. If you're there, I might just be able to keep my trigger finger under control. You need me to keep you from shooting him in the head. Okay. Thanks, Melchan. I appreciate the support. I'll see you at the congregation then. I reckon it's a bit bloody unfair that Rossenthal's standard for training is based on a dragon-slaying hero and the Machinist's best shot. Don't tell him I said that, though. The meeting's taking place at the Temple Knight's offices. If you see me glaring at Muscadine and reaching for my firearm, do your best to stop me, eh? When I'm practicing the instructor's drills, I feel like the Fury herself is there, watching over my shoulder. It's the strangest thing. In their first training session, I had them fighting a beast out on the snow. They managed to put the thing down, but I could have sunk a bloody galleon with the amount of ammunition they used. Should just go stop by and see what Stefanivian has to say. Wrong way. Oh, someone bought my stuff. Hello. The Watch has its detractors, but it has its supporters as well. House Zemau has become one of our staunchest allies, and Lord Teedlegrinch himself has been championing our cause. Ishgard is changing for the better, my friend, and Hilda rides the crest of that wave. I pray you see to it that she and her colleagues are not pulled under or swept away. House Zemau is an ally now. The whole house. Wow. Bud. What kind of name is Muscadine? Just gotta make fun of your name. Show dominance. I was not informed... Melchan's here as my advisor. I trust her advice a damn sight more than that of a certain empty-headed, stiff-backed blue blood. I will not dispute her place at this meeting. In fact, I would be far less inclined to entrust this duty to a certain foul-mouthed, disrespectful commoner, were she not accompanied by such an advisor. My apologies for the interruption, Sir Muscadine. I bear urgent news. Speak, then. Sir, a thief has breached the vault and stolen the sacred blade Hrunting. Hrunting's a sword what's used to dub new knights, or so they tell me. But that place is crawling with guards. Hard to imagine how someone even managed to get in there, let alone filch anything. It is unthinkable. The treasury door is secured with 7 different locks. Sentries stand vigilant night and day. None could approach without notice. The sentries claim they were struck senseless. They later awoke to find the door to the treasury hanging open, but of all the valuables secreted within, only the blade was missing. By all accounts, the entire incident took place over the span of a few short minutes. This burglar obviously had a plan and was very precise in its execution. And you say that only Hrunting was taken? The loss of such a prominent symbol right before the ceremony bodes ill for Sir Emmerich's reputation. The Lord Commander cannot afford to have his authority eroded at this delicate stage, lest Ishgard once more fall prey to infighting and insurrection. We must reclaim the blade ere its disappearance becomes common knowledge. I've not the time nor the knights to spare for this. Well, my hounds might be able to help you there. They're the best the watch has to offer, and I reckon they can keep their gobs shut. Your ceremony is our time to shine, and we've a vested interest in seeing it go forward as planned. And there's no harm in getting on Sir Emmerich's good side neither. What say we look into it? Do as you wish. With Melchan's assistance, mayhap even your mob of commoners will see some modicum of success. Now, if you'll excuse me. Prickly bastard. You'd think he'd show a bit more bloody gratitude. Anyways, enough of that. We've a sword to find. We can begin by asking some questions, I reckon. Get our own idea of what happened. Ready to put on your Inquisitor robes? Do I have to? Good. Then I've the perfect bloke for us to talk to. I know a knight what took part in that raid on the vault a while back, and he just so happens to be captain of the Treasury Guard. Let's head to the Hoplon and see if our man's about. Stop fighting, kids. Hello. Mistress Melchan and Mistress Hilda. Sir Muscadine told me to expect you. Huh, and I thought he'd had no time to spare. So does this mean you're to help or hinder us? Why, to help you, of course. Here, material evidence from the scene. All 7 locks on the treasury door were destroyed, and this scrap of metal was found lodged in one of the keyholes. The impact's crushed it all out of shape, but that looks like a bullet to me. Our culprit's wielding some sort of firearm. A firearm, did you say? Hi? Thickly painted noblewoman. Okay. Has there been yet another crime committed with one of those horrible inventions? By the gods, I can scarcely sleep at night for worry. I suspect this is all the fault of Sir Emmerich's precious revolution. Who might you be, miss? And what did you mean by another crime? Why, the tales I've heard at high tea this past week would curl your toes. They say a musket-wielding brigand now terrorises the Western Highlands. Just when the threat of those dragon-loving heretics is finally ended, a new nightmare rises to take their place. Unless you think this some noble lady's fancy, even the traders come to supply the crozier speak of shots echoing in the air near Hemlock. Dreadful. Simply dreadful. I understand that our knights must honour their oath to aid foreign nations, but must it come at the cost of keeping order in Ishgard? Look at me, I've become positively flushed. I must retire to my chambers. Oh dear. Was she hard of hearing or something? That slathered harpy didn't so much as glance in my direction. An unfortunate habit of the more traditional highborn, I'm afraid. Such stubborn examples aside, however, your actions have taught many of our nobles the wisdom of heeding the common citizenry. Aye, I've not been ignored like that in a while. Well, thank you for the bullet, Sir Knight. Good day to you. Thank you for the bullet. That's a funny line out of context. As much as I like to ignore her ladyship's babbling, it might be worth looking into the rumour of this bandit up near Hemlock. Considering the timing and how the treasury was robbed, it's just too much of a coincidence. We have a couple leads to follow, eh? Why don't you take the bullet to Stefanivian and see if he can tell us where it came from? Meanwhile, I'll head out to the Hemlock and look for anyone what's armed with a carbine or somewhat similar. Come join me once you're done with the bullet. Might be as I'll need your help with the search. Oh, that guy's gone. Bye. I kind of miss running around doing quests in Ishgard. I've done most of the side content here now. Hey, Agnika? Machinist is fun? Yes. I really like the characters as well. Oh. Hello. I've got a bullet. Lo-chan, how fares the training of our indomitable watch? You have something for me? A deformed bullet extracted from the shattered lock of a vault door. Asymmetric? A great aesthetic and style to it? Yes. I forgot how good the animations are too. I was just shooting a striking dummy to just remember how it plays, and oh, so much, so many cool animations. Yes, this is certainly the remnant of a bullet fired from close range. But more than that I cannot tell you. It may have been made right here in the manufactory, but honestly, there is little difference between our ammunition and the bullets forged in Limsa Laminsa. I'm sorry. The deformation makes it impossible to identify an origin with any degree of accuracy. RIP. As I said, the condition of the bullet confounds my attempts to identify its origin, but my prospectometer chirps ever so faintly. And what does your prospectometer have to say? He's such a weirdo, I love him. Give Machinist a mech, like a controllable one? That would be cool. I know the turret upgrades to be a mech at, I think, level 80? But yeah, it would be cool if they got like a more controllable one. Automaton Queen. Get a chainsaw at level 90. That sounds cool. Like a Voltron? Ah, yes. That'd be awesome. What does the Machinist level 3 limit break look like, actually? I don't think I've ever seen that. Uh-oh. We're fighting something. Hilda! Wolves! Boom! Pick a drill. I've got a leather collar. My thanks. Wasn't paying too much attention to the ground when them beasts came at me. I managed to put down one or two, but... What's that you've got there? A collar removed from a vicious guard beast. A leather collar? Those curs must have been set to guard the place, though they seemed wild enough to me. I found signs that someone was here, Melchan. Could be that her ladyship's brigand is more than empty parlour talk. Let's get back to the broom before we compare notes, though, eh? It's bloody freezing out here. Okay. I thought we might look around a bit more. Came all the way out here. Alright. Back to the broom. Like a laser from a satellite? Ah, okay. Cool. Thank you. I should go watch a like a compilation of all the limit breaks, because I'm pretty sure there's some I haven't seen yet. Whee! Thud. Hello. Some bandit with a firearm, eh? I bloody wonder. The instructor taught us what we should be looking for during investigations, but it all sounds so complicated. Aye, maybe it was a bit early for us to be out there yet. I reckon Sim'd have a good nose for investigations if he'd ever bother to engage that brain of his. Guess he'll be doing the sniffing and I'll be doing the thinking. Wait, is this going to be an investigation team now, or...? Right, so what have we got? Did that bullet have a tale to tell? No. Ah, that's too bad. I thought maybe we could learn where it came from at the least. Seems that leaves us chasing after this mystery bandit. Maybe I'll head out to Hemlock again and have another poke around. I'll stick it out here and keep drilling the troops then. You'll be the first to know when they're ready for inspection. We'll make you proud, don't you worry about that. And don't stay away for too long. We've a thief to catch. Bum, bum, bum. Leave it to me to supervise this bandit investigation for the time being. I've a few tricks from me time in the Kudas that I can teach to the watch. The Hounds of Ishgard, eh? Aye, I like the bloody sound of that. Let's get on with this training already. For years we've been spitting curses at the blue bloods from the shadows of the broom. But at long last we've found ourselves a place in the sun. I'm glad I chose to throw my lot in with the mongrel. Release the hounds! Hilda wishes to share the results of her investigation at Hemlock. I've something to share with you, Melchan. I pulled a scrap of parchment from a campfire I found up by Hemlock, and the bits what weren't blackened and burnt were an interesting read. Seems it was a contract of a sort, promising the sale of a historically significant blade to a certain Lomondson merchant. I'll give you one good guess as to which bloody blade it's referring to. That Lomondson bloke never gives a name, but he's infamous for building a trade empire on the ashes of the Calamity. There's rumours aplenty as to why this shifty bugger's so successful, and not a few of them point to a profit made from black market goods. Well, it turns out that this infamous merchant was stopped at a checkpoint on the border. The temple knights there were keeping an eye out for the stolen sword, and reported that the trader was last seen making for Boulder Downs. That seems to match up with what we read in that contract, eh? We need to find that merchant, and wait until the thief shows up with the blade. What say you both? I can count on you to come along, right? Yeah. Now you just hold on there, miss. I took your instructor job, but that don't mean you can drag me into the fray to wipe your goddamned asses. No one's saying you have to do any fighting. Think of it as a chance to train us in the field. Even if you might need to dodge a bullet or two. Why do I let myself get roped into these messes? Well, seeing as that merchant has given me Homeland a bad name, I suppose I can help you this one time. I better see you out there too, Melchan. That's settled then. Get your kits and meet us out near Boulder Downs. They ain't paying me enough for this, but the Ounds did need testing in a proper battle sooner or later, and I reckon as long as we're there, odds are they won't die short and horrible deaths. Oh, there'll be blood all right. Those bandit types never give up without a fight. Let's see how well we've learned Rostenthal's lessons, eh? Did you hear? We're like to have our first proper battle soon. I hope I can hold my weapon steady. After all that training, the hounds are straining at the leash. Come on over to Boulder Downs, and we'll see if our bite's worse than our bark. Alright, where was that? Oh, Central, okay. Can we add another aetheryte to this place, please? Pretty please. Alright, I'll fly around. Remember when you couldn't fly here? Well, I mean, I don't remember because I didn't play before patch 5.3, I think. It was only pretty recently that they did that, though. A quest like this would have taken a while. Hello. I won't lie to you. You're likely walking into a fight. Pick your targets and aim true. This ain't nothing like patrolling the Broom. It's too open. No real cover here. Nervous? I'm not bloody nervous. It's the, what's the damn word? Anticipation. Oh. We found the merchant, Melchan. He's out there doing a deal as we speak. But first we need to make sure his customer is the thieving bastard we're looking for. Sim, grab another hound and sniff out the situation. You'd best go too, Melchan. Just in case them pups run into something they can't handle. If Sim fouls us up, be sure to give him a good smack across the snout from me. Just rolled up newspaper, just... Keep an eye on Sim for me, eh? Fight, fight. Oh, there they are. Hello. How you doing? It's a very bright, shiny coat you're wearing out here. You want to be seen, or what? Yeah. Looks like some metallic dye, actually. I think they bought some from the Mog Station and just couldn't help themselves. Hilda don't trust us or summit. After all the drills Rostenthal's put us through, I reckon we can manage a bit of spying. And that's why there's a pop-up for a battle here. Just a bit of spying. Are you certain of this? As I recall, the client requested that hunting be delivered directly upon its acquisition. Aye, that was the deal. We delivered the sword, but then our client, as you say, turned around and gave it right back. Change her bleeding heart or something, I don't know. Look, can you fence the thing or not? Yes. Yes, I'm sure we can come to an equitable arrangement. Ha 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 ha. Aye, this is the bloke. Yes, ma'am, he's got the sword. Understood. Hilda's getting ready to charge in. We wait here for the rest of the hounds. The Sacred Blade Hunting. An impressive piece, heavy with history and tradition. It should fetch a fine price with the right buyer. Well, thank the bloody gods for that. Now, about our share. I've got something to share with you right here, brigand. Who in the bloody hells are you? Hilda's hounds. We uphold the law in Ishgard, and you are all suspects in the theft of the Sacred Blade Hunting. Ishgardian soldiers? I'll not risk my life against you fanatics. Get back here, you coward! I don't know how you found us, but you'll not be leaving here alive. Is it just one of him, or... or has he got backup? Yep, that's a lot of people. Come out and play, lads. Steady now, hounds. Make your instructors proud.
Right there!
Yeah, you tell him, Hilda. There's so many bandits. Boom! Drill! Had enough yet? Bloody hells. Right, bring out me beauty. Here, I've a new playmate for you. Have fun. Cutie!
I see you!
Right, another wave of bandits. Where'd they get a bleeding Tarama? What, you don't get stunned? Oh, right, I can interrupt. Okay. Oop. Ah. Yeah.
Let's finish it!
That's what I needed to interrupt. That was rude. They tricked me. Kill that guy first. Okay. Now we go fight the kitty. Wrong key. Have a drill. Turret. Drill. Boom. Urgh. The lads are still after the bandit chief himself, but it looks like we've got this lot sorted. We'll march him back to Ishgard, squeeze him for information, then hand him over to Muscadine. Okay. I kind of shot them all. Multiple times. I hope they're okay. We did it, Melchan. We got the sword back. The hounds have done well, eh? The hounds have done very well. The hounds need more training. The hounds have done very well. Non-lethal bullets, yes. They were rubber bullets. Thanks, Melchan. That means a lot coming from you. Well, of course they've bloody done well. They've got me to train them. Sorry, Hilda, but the leader's gone. Seems the bastard had a chocobo hidden nearby. He was in the saddle and away before we could catch him. Bah. Well, there's naught to be done about it. The blade's ours now, in any case, so let's call this one a victory. Time to head home. Well. Melchan, hang around for a bit, would you? There's something we need to discuss. I can see the footprints from the NPCs who left. That's cool. Alright, what's up? When you was fighting them bandits, I got a glimpse of the leader's weapon, and I reckon I might know where he got it from. But I'll need to do some snooping around before I'm certain. Old habits die hard, I guess. Anyway, do me a favour and tell Hilda that I'll be taking some time off until I've satisfied my curiosity. Oh. Can you get a wind-up Hilda? Crunch. We showed them bastards, didn't we? Ishgard's got naught to fear with Hilda's hounds patrolling the streets. I hate to say it, but that mission wouldn't have gone half as smooth if not for them awful drills. Bloody hells. Would you listen to old Sim, though? The success has gone right to his head. Welcome back, Melchan. Wait, where's Rostenthal? I thought he was with you. Eh? Taking time off to chase after a hunch? What the hell's is that old pirate up to? I guess we'll just have to muddle along without him while he's looking into that firearm business. Besides, I'd be lying if I said I wasn't a bit curious about it myself. What about you, Melchan? Come back to the broom when you can, and it might be as we'll have a tale to tell. If there was, probably with an art book. Ah, yep. Thinking of Trigun, when Wolfwood called Vash out. A realistic performance. Kind of hard to kill when you're using rubber bullets. Yes. What do you reckon of that then, Melchan? Not bad for a motley lot of lowborn, I reckon. After a mission like that, we should have no trouble keeping the peace at the ceremony. I can't believe we let that bastard get away. Feels like the mission ain't truly over till we catch him. But maybe that's just me. Nah, as if he'll show up again. Hilda has a letter for you from Rostenthal. Snouts down, tails up. They're really going all in on this hound thing. I like it. Where have you been, Melchan? I've been itching to open this letter from Rosthenthal, but he's addressed it to you. Come on, let's hear what he has to say. Mystery solved. I took a good look at Naldic and Vimelli's stock, and the firearm's one of theirs. Limsa has some bloody strict regulations on the export of firearms, so our bandit chief must have had a back alley supplier. Get your ass to Limsa Laminsa, and we'll find out who put that weapon in our thief's hands. I'll be at the Aetherite on the lower decks. Rosthenthal. So he's on the trail then. Good. Just let me get my gear and we can be off. What? You're going with Melchan? Is that really a good idea? I'm with Sim on this one, Hilda. If the leader of the Hound starts picking quarrels on foreign soil, we could be looking at all sorts of trouble for Ishgard. Ishgard's where the bloody trouble started. And since when have folk of the Broom been content to sit back and let others handle their dirty work? I'm going, and that's the end of it. But I promise I'll be on my best behaviour. It's okay, you're with me. I can just say warrior of light business. Don't you listen to them two. I'm perfectly capable of being reasonable. And besides, I'm sure Rosthenthal will be glad to have me along. Once our Hilda sights her target, she's not one to question pulling the trigger. Wow. There's no arguing with Hilda when she gets like this. Usually we just try to watch her back, but that'll have to be your job while you're in Limsa. Alright, Limsa. Limsa. That's where the Dancer quests start. This is level 68, is it? Yeah, it feels like we're getting through these pretty quickly, so we can probably do Dancer as well today. Hello. But I think he doesn't like Hilda being here. Oh, you're gonna have to get over it, mate. Ooh, wind up Shiva. Aw, that's cute. Aw, look at that tiny little Deathbringer. Aw. Sorry, it's called Woeborn. Nice. Seeing Horde Gelatin. Oh, no, yeah, that is the Dark Knight weapon. Ijojmo! Lullafer weapons are hilarious. What's that sour look for, then? What in the bloody hell's is she doing here? I put your bleeding name on the letter and all. I need to see this through. If I don't, then what are the Hounds good for? You just have to humour me. I was aiming to avoid political complications, seeing as Melchan and me ain't tied too tightly to any one nation. You're just lucky you have a soft spot for fools who would ignore the risks to make a point. Let's get to it then. The bloke most likely to have supplied the firearm is the same bastard what tried to buy the sword. Our black marketeer friend. If we're lucky, he might have an idea where the brigand's off to. I've a mind to squeeze him until an answer pops out. Aye, I'd like to have a word or two with that bandit leader myself. He's a loose end what needs tying up. Then we're on the same page. According to me sources, we should find the merchant in the anchor yard. Let's get over there and get this business over with. Anchor yard. Where was that? Oh, yep, there. Nowhere near any Aetherites. Sad. Heaven's Turn. I think this event ends tomorrow, and then they have the Halloween event. Because they cancelled the Halloween event last year because Endwalker got pushed back, and they didn't want that to overlap with the Endwalker release. So they're gonna run it at this point in time instead. Because they already had quests and rewards made up for it. Oh. There. Got you cornered. Good day to you, Master Merchant. How about we have us a little chat, eh? You ain't getting away this time, matey. Let's start talking before I start cutting. Well, if it isn't the hounds, was it? What can a humble peddler such as myself do for Ishgard's finest? Tell us where the bandit leader is hiding. Help us capture the bandit leader. Tell us where he's hiding. For a man in my trade, no commodity is more valuable than discretion. If I were to disclose such information, my customers would cease to trust. If you're not feeling helpful, then maybe I should pay a visit to the Yellow Jackets and mention the firearm your valued customer was using. Or maybe I'll just skip straight to them as upholds the code. Ooh. Yes, let's go ask the Rogue Guild. I like them. Now, let us not be too hasty. Mayhap I can make an exception in this case, in exchange for your silence regarding my, trade in exotic weapons. I believe the gentleman in question has a camp at Providence Point in the Central Highlands. That is where I would look. Providence Point, eh? Well, it's a start. If you're playing us false, I'll be back to feed the crabs with your lying tongue. In fact, if I ever hear you're dealing in stolen goods again, you can add a few more body parts to that list. Nice doing business with you. Aw. Never accept a deal from a client you know naught about. But that woman offered me so much gold, I ignored my own rule. Mayhap it is time I retired from this business. That woman? Was it that snotty one we saw in Ishgard? Is she the one behind it all? Is she trying to make Emmerich look bad? Oh, that's a nice barding. What's that based on? No, don't come back! I want to look at your chocobo. Rip. Gone. Hello. Peekaboo. I can snipe you. I won't though. What? How did you... Bah, you've signed your own death warrant coming here. Yeah, okay. Oh no, 2 kitties. I love that they have a move called Mega Blaster. Paralyzed. God, no. You've killed me, precious. I came running when I heard the shots, but it seems you had things well in hand. Oh, bugger me, there's more of you. Please, I'll do anything you ask. Just don't kill me. Stop your blubbering, cur. We ain't gonna kill you. Not just yet, any road. That'll depend on the answers you give us. Answers? What's he on about, Melchan? What's he looking for? The reason behind Runting's theft? The identity of the bandit's employer? Well, both really, but the identity of the employer is the most important thing. Wait, it weren't that black market bloke? I guess he'd have wanted more than just a sword, eh? Them other brigands we captured were bloody clueless. They only knew what the job was, not the who or the why. Meaning the whole deal was made through this bastard. Start barking, dog, and you might just save your own hide. Wait, I thought we were the dogs. We was pirates once. That is until the bitch admiral passed her bloody law. Blokes like us, though, we ain't cut out for honest work. We'd almost drunk through the last of our plunder when that back alley peddler showed up with some overpainted wench. Said she'd a job for us. All we had to do was filch a special sword from the Holy See. Huh. For the purse she offered, we'd have stolen the whole bleeding vault. And who was this woman? Part of the deal was we didn't ask no questions. Even the merchant didn't know her real name. It was odd, aye, but we needed the coin, and I didn't rightly care either way. The job itself was easy as taking a piss. She even paid for me to have a firearm to use, and sent us down a route where we didn't see no guards. Though the gods only know how she managed that trick. All we did was follow her map, then shoot the locks on the vault. Walked in, grabbed the sword, walked out. Bold as you please. The trouble came after the delivery was made. She gave the blade back to you. Aye, she sent for me again the day after. Pushed the sword back into me hand along with a sack full of coin. Said she'd made a mistake or something, and that I should sell the damn thing. Well, I ain't fool enough to try fencing a relic like that on me own, so I went back to the merchant. You were fool enough not to properly burn your contract of sale. How do you think we found you the first time? Contract of sale? What in the hells are you talking about? You think I'd leave a deal like that in ink for the whole world to see? Things are starting to make sense now. There's just one little problem with your story. I've told you the truth, I swear. It was that wench what put us up to it. Aye, that bit I believe. What catches in me craw is her reason for handing back the sword. That was no mistake. And us finding that contract of sale this bastard says he never wrote was no mistake neither. No. We was being led by the nose to reclaim hunting before it was sold, and the quickest way to learn the why of it might be to ask the blade itself. Would you mind carting this piece of offal back to Ishgard, Rossenthal? Come with me, Melchan. We need to pay us a visit to Muscadine, and convince him to take a closer look at that sword. Is it a fake? It's a fake. Taking a break from staring at text? That sounds like a good idea. Hunting is the name of a sword in real life myth. But you forgot from where. Okay. I thought I'd heard it before, but yeah, I don't really remember where either. If it weren't for that witch Merwib and her shite-eaten law, I'd still be sailing free on the high seas. Oh, where? I'll take care of this piss ant. You just concern yourself with inspecting that sword. Interesting. Hi, douchebag. Mistress Melchan, how may I... Ah, you again. Was there some choice insult you'd forgotten to spit at me during our previous meeting? Truce, Muscadine. I wouldn't be here if it weren't important. I see. So you believe that hunting may have been altered in some fashion before you were allowed to reclaim it? It's a bit too bloody convenient, don't you think? Maybe I'm wrong, but I'd rather look the fool than risk something happening at the ceremony. We need to check that sword. I must admit, your passion confounds me. The blade is recovered and your hounds have done their duty. Why bother pursuing such a faint suspicion? Why willingly endure the presence of a man you so clearly despise? Oh aye, I hate your bleeding guts. But once we take on a job, we do the damn thing right. Melchan gave her all to save Ishgard. How could I look her in the eye if I let our petty feud get in the way of my duty? Such pride. I've not seen this side of you before. She can do better than you, mate. It is as you say. If there truly is some flaw or trickery in the blade that disrupts the ceremony, the consequences could be grave indeed. And yet there are rules in place which prevent me from simply handing Hrunting over to the hounds. Furthermore, our resident blacksmith has already inspected the recovered weapon and declared it sound. Even so, I will call upon Lord Stephanivian to conduct an independent examination. A machinist may notice a detail that a blacksmith would overlook. I trust this can be accomplished with the requisite discretion. Very good. As far as the release of Hrunting is concerned, the manufactory is a sanctioned facility. The bureaucrats will be satisfied even should I secure the necessary permissions after the fact. I shall begin making the arrangements. Well, that's that then. Let's get back to the broom and tell the news to Rostenthal. I have no idea what they've done with this sword. I'm very curious. Hi. Keep one hand near your weapon, Melchan. Me gut says this business ain't over by a long shot. A long shot, get it? Yeah. Back then, are you? I don't rightly know what the story was with that sword, but Hilda seems happy with what we did, and that's good enough for me. Lord Stephanivian will get to the bottom of this. You see if he doesn't. Best thing we can do is get back to our drills and leave him to it. Muscadine's not known for his love of the lowborn. I didn't expect he'd just... I thought I'd have to put up more of a fight, is what I'm saying. Well, the sword's with the manufactory now, so I've no complaints. That's where I'd meant to take it in the first place. Now we wait. But don't get too comfortable, Melchan. Things are sure to come to a head soon enough. I signed on to teach broom rats out at shoot, and the next thing I know I'm neck deep in shite. I better be getting some extra coin for this investigation work. Now, I know I'm not the sharpest fork in the drawer, but after this odd business with the sword, I'm starting to think that maybe I need to change that. Our job's more than just scrapping with thieves. Sometimes we need to use our heads. If Rostenthal hadn't pointed it out, I never even would have guessed there was someone else pulling the strings. I suppose we're still new to this investigating business, eh? A mongrel in the night. Hilda has a message from the manufactory. Flamethrower. And gunner's armour. We've just had a messenger from the manufactory. Seems they've finished looking over the sword. Let's head on over and hear what Lord Stephanivian has to say. Don't get too comfortable. Milchan, when does anyone ever allow me to do that? Yeah. It don't matter what they did to that blade. The hounds have a job to do, and will damn well do it. Ready to go, Milchan? Lord Stephanivian will be waiting for us. It's almost time for the ceremony. I wonder if them knight initiates are feeling nervous. There's a storm brewing. Time to cast our nets and see what we can catch. Yeah, nearly Catalan time. I think I'll finish up Machinist stuff before I feed Cat. That would be a nice little break, I think. Yeah, okay. Hello. I'm still hoping to see Joy, but I guess she's not in the Stormblood quests. Sad. At least Stephanivian is, though. All the relevant parties appear to be present. If you would, Lord Stephanivian. Very well. I'll cut straight to the point. I discovered a small bomb concealed inside the hilt of the sword. This particular explosive was part of a batch intended for Temple Knight training purposes, and is designed to be detonated from a distance. I won't bore you with specifics, but I assure that I'm quite familiar with its capabilities. After all, I was the one who made it. Bloody hells! Someone went to a lot of trouble to sneak that bomb into the ceremony. An assassination attempt? Unlikely. As I said, these bombs were designed for training exercises. Even if you were grasping the hilt when it exploded, you wouldn't even lose a finger. Some nasty burns at the worst. Ah, okay. That would be more than enough. If the sacred blade were to be dropped during the investitures, many in the crowd would interpret that as a sign from the Fury. The Lord Commander's authority would come into question, and responsibility for the incident would fall squarely upon the hounds. Ah, so someone wishes to discredit the Watch beyond salvation. That would explain the ridiculous rumours presently circulating amongst the lords and ladies. Rumours? What rumours? Why, that Hrunting's theft and recovery was orchestrated entirely by the Watch itself. Some of the more impressionable members of the nobility are convinced you armed bandits with firearms, instructed them to steal the sword, then captured them yourselves to elevate your standing. Then the mood's already sour and simmering. If the sword exploded on top of that, it'd be like throwing oil on the fire. Reason be damned, it'd be the Watcher's heads on the chopping block. Who could have instigated the gossip behind these baseless accusations? I ordered the events surrounding Hrunting's theft to be kept in the strictest of confidences. The woman who arranged the theft. A treacherous temple knight. The woman who arranged the theft. Ah, well, she would know all about it, wouldn't she? I suspect this villainess fears the threat to the status quo, and the high profile of the hounds has made you a target. A strike against you is a strike against the idea of any commoner bearing the power of a firearm. I'm flattered to know we've become so important, but she picked the wrong pack of dogs to corner. Now it's our turn to go on the hunt. Going after the mastermind, eh? I'm all for a bit of retribution, but we'll need a better description than overpainted wench. Fortunately, my prospectometer and I are one step ahead of you this time. As soon as I discovered the bomb, I set to work crafting a device that would help us pinpoint the location of its paired detonator, and thus lead us directly to the one who holds it. I propose we simply proceed with the ceremony as planned, and catch this fool red-handed. Not a bad plan, as long as we're prepared for any accomplices she might have lurking along with her. The ceremony is almost upon us. Let us steel ourselves for the task ahead. We'll sort out our strategy, then head back to the broom. Meet us there when you're ready, Melchan. I have some final calibrations to make to the detection device. It may need further adjustments as it hones in on the signal, so I shall be on hand to assist you at St. Valeriant's Forum. Valeriant's. I heard from his lordship that you're off teaching the watch how to handle a firearm. Me and the lads wish we'd had you for our instructor. Aww. A little bit of sucking up to me. To the broom. Boing, boing. Oh, you're glowing. Are you okay? I weren't planning on doing more and teach trigger work, but to the hells with it. Let's catch these bastards, Melchan. Don't you worry about the ceremony security. It's what we've been training for. We'll show them blue bloods just how far we've come. Go and take care of them bastards that's tried to frame us. Oh, and keep an eye on Hilda while you're at it, eh? Right, Melchan, the ceremony's about to begin. Here's the plan. Muscadine and the other hounds will be handed security as scheduled, so as to not arouse suspicion. We reckon the lady will have someone watching the proceedings, ready to tell her the best moment to detonate that little bomb. Likely right as the blade rests on an initiate's shoulders. That's how I'd do it, anyhow. The Watcher shouldn't be too hard to spot, and the hounds can nab him before he gets away. Meanwhile, we'll be waiting at St. Valeriant's Forum with Stefanivian's device, ready to move as soon as we're sure of the detonator's location. Bring your best ammunition, Melchan. If this woman can organise a clear route through the vault, then she's like to have worse than a few ragged bandits on her side. Yeah. He's going to have a lot of corrupt temple knights working for her. What's taking so long, boss? The ceremony's already begun. Some quiet, if you will. If I can catch the exact moment the detonator is activated... I have it. The signal came from the far edge of the broom. The smug bastards are hiding right in our home territory. Right then, we'd best go give them a proper bloody welcome. Rum. Not going to see the cool ceremony? Oh. It sounded cool. This is Milicy. Is the crowd enjoying our little What? Nothing? Not even a puff of smoke? Surprise! We found your bomb. The hounds! I know you. You're that noble bitch what ignored me outside the vault. In the right place at the right time to plant that bandit rumour here. And I suppose you was the one who penned that contract of sale too. What nonsense is this? I have no memory of fraternising with commoners. Those shifty eyes. Huh, got your attention this time, didn't I? A good thing too, since I've a wagon load more questions for you. Here's one. Are your inquisitive friends there going to come quietly? You and your hounds will be the only ones surrendering their arms this day. Hmm? Hi. Not only have you interfered with official inquisitorial business, you have also insulted and accused an innocent member of the nobility. Mayhap a spell in the dungeons will remind you of your station. Now see here, the hounds have solid evidence that these individuals are party to a serious crime. Speak with Sir Muscadine, and all will be now we meet the rest of the rats. If you was wondering how the noble wench got hold of the training bomb, or cleared a route through the vault for them bandits, then here's your answer. I reckon they'd show their whiskers sooner or later. You're sworn to protect Ishgard, and you choose to throw your lot in with this highborn dolt? Sir Emmerich's fighting to keep the city from tearing itself apart. Why don't you just stab a blade in his back while you're at it? The time for empty bravado has passed, child. We are not common savages. Give yourselves up, and I promise you shall live to see the morrow. Did she not notice that I'm the warrior of light? Three kinds of people in this world. Those who know or know of and love the warrior of light. Those who know or know of and hate the warrior of light. And those who've had their head under a rock and know little or squat about the warrior of light. Yup. I think she's in that third group. Huh. You can stick that promise right up your ass. That common enough for you? That reaction shot. This is over. In our authority as Ishgard's watch, we're taking you in for crimes of larceny, insurgency, and general bloody idiocy. Oh, Stefanivian's got his wrench. He's got to hit him with the wrench. Sick 'em. Go ahead and resist us then. I bloody dare you.
Is that all you've got?
How dare you speak to me in such a manner? Dispose of this lowborn filth.
Right there!
I love how we get to see him smack things with his wrench. Because even though he's really good at making guns, he doesn't actually use them. That was quick. That went well. Wait, where's the noblewoman? Bah, the wench must have slipped away while we was in the thick of it. She can't have gotten far. There, she flees towards the Ark. Melchan? Come on, you lot, after her. Aid, Sir Knight. I know not their grievance, but these lowborn ruffians seek to cause me harm. Also, does no one know who Stefanivian is? He's from House Halenar. They're one of the biggest... Oh. Okay, she's talking to Muscadine. Let us dispense with the theatrics, Baroness Melicy. After capturing your accomplice at the ceremony, it was surprisingly easy to prize free the details of your plan. You have sided with these common curs? I'd thought you a proud member of the nobility. As one of the chosen few, how can you countenance any act that places power in the filthy hands of the broomborn? The chosen few? An accident of birth allowed us the privilege to fight for our nation, and I for one welcome our new comrades in arms. Your actions brand you an enemy of Ishgard, and you will pay for your crimes. The This is blasphemy. I am an inquisitor. You betray your bloodline, and thus it falls to me to excise the corruption seeping into our nation's veins. Bloody inquisitors. I'll kill you! I'll kill you all! Will you though?
That's far enough.
Should seem we are past talking. Forward, hounds! Muscadine of the Red Eye. I wonder what that means.
I see you.
Okay. I will turn to heresy if I must. Perish by fire and fang. Did she just quaff the blood of a dragon? Yeah. It's almost like the Inquisitors suck. Burn in righteous flame! Ow. I don't want to burn. She don't like me. You have defiled my beloved Ishgard. I will turn this city to ash. Oh, okay. Oh, she made a big fireball. I did not see that.
Let's finish it.
Oh, Hilda. Hilda's hurt. Urgh. It is finished. Emmerich, seriously? Abolish the Inquisition already? Yes! Please. The Baroness and her cronies believe that none but the nobility are fit to lead Ishgard's people. They resented efforts to bring highborn and lowborn closer in standing, and 'twould seem that the Hound's formation was too great a threat to be endured. Thanks. Thanks for... Yeah, I think we figured that. All we want's a little respect and the strength to defend our home. What are they so bloody afraid of? They fear the erosion of their status, and I must confess to feeling a whisper of that unreasoning terror. Had I succumbed to my jealousy and hate, I may have joined them upon their twisted path. But I had misjudged you. I believed you so reviled the circumstances of your birth that you sought only to bring ruin upon Ishgard. Until recently, you wouldn't have been far off the mark. It was Melchan and Sir Emmerich who convinced me that fighting for change was a damn sight more worthwhile than adding to the misery. Indeed. Pray forgive the barbs I have slung at you and your hounds, Captain. I have been blind to the courage and determination of the common folk, and I humbly request that the Watch continue to aid us in the defence of the city. You didn't deserve all the spite I spat at you, neither. I see his face when I look at you, and I just can't bloody help myself. I'll try to work on that, though, eh? His face. Her father? I must go now and see to the processing of the prisoners. Be well, sister. Oh. I see. I see. I understand now. Sister? I was not expecting that twist. You are siblings then? I was unaware that you and Sir Muscadine were so closely connected. Left that part out, did I? Aye, he's my half-brother. Born to another woman after my darling dad cast my mum back onto the streets. Well, that ain't a thing what you just blurt out now, is it? Not someone I bring up often, no. And I don't reckon Muscadine was too keen on declaring his relation to the mongrel, especially after he'd inherited the old man's estate. Well, might be as you can put that bad blood behind you now. Better than drowning in it any road. Might be as you're right, Rossenthal. A most admirable woman you've become, my dear. Not to mention a champion to the people of the Broom. It seems I was right to put that firearm in your hand. And I thank you for taking that gamble. You gave me more than just a weapon that day. You gave me control over my fate. If it weren't for you, I'd likely still be scrounging in the street and cursing at the sky. Aww. 'Tis gratifying indeed to see how far you've come. Now, I really must return to the workshop. This mountain of commissions only grows larger the longer I neglect it, as Joy would so sharply remind me. Ah, that makes sense that he's the one who gave her the gun in the first place. We'd best get back to the Broom ourselves. Sim and you just stand will be wondering what's become of us. Oh, that was sweet. The wench is getting away. What about my wrench? Wench, you nerd. Yes. It's good. Oh, can't jump. Oh, I see. Yeah, that's a pit. About here. No, no, no. There we go. Hi. Our job here is finished, wouldn't you say, Mel-chan? After seeing how them Temple Knights handled guard duty, I realised a few things the Hounds could stand to do better. A bit more training and a bit more discipline, and we'll get there. We did it, eh? After all that, the ceremony went smooth as a babe's backside. I wonder what our next assignment will be. The sword's been returned, the Baroness is in fetters, and the Hounds have shown themselves a force to be reckoned with. Happy endings all round, eh? Your lads and lasses was a bit rough to start with, but I can't rightly call them pups anymore. You'll do fine without us, I'd say. What, so you're both leaving then? I thought you'd have a few more tricks to share. Don't start whining now, lass. We've given you the tools and the foundation. You can build the rest of the bleeding house yourself. Aye, that we can. Thank you. Alright, let's not get all bloody sentimental then. I'm off. Fair winds to you, Mel-chan. Our thanks to you as well, Mel-chan. Come back and visit when you can. I'm sure the Hounds will have some new stories to tell. Aww. I like that. That twist at the end recontextualised things really nicely. Your battles alongside the Hounds have given you new insight into Machinist techniques. What if I used a FLAMETHROWER? FLAMETHROWER. FLAMETHROWER. I'm a machinist, not a man. The Howler. Hilda says the Hounds will be doing some training alongside the Temple Knights. Probably best that we know how the other does things so we don't end up stepping on each other's toes. How are you? So, the firmament, eh? It's good to see that the rebuilding's begun, but we'll see whether this Francel can do right by us lowborn. I'll fear the hounds. Belchan, the hounds are trotting along just fine, thanks to you and that old pirate. I've even been working with Muscadine to coordinate our efforts with the Temple Knights. Afore long, it'll be as if the Watch was always a part of the city, like we was one of them stones in the wall. I've been spending my spare time learning how to tinker with this and that over at the manufactory. Should come in handy, seeing how we handle firearms and the hounds. I wonder if we can talk to her brother over in the thing, or if he's just gone now. No, haven't done any of the 80 epilogue quests yet. Actually, I've only got access to the White Mage one. So I haven't done any role quests aside from healing yet. Oh, he's not here. Yeah, I'll make sure to clean up whatever level 80 epilogues I can before we start Endwalker. Let's go say hi to Stefanivian, and then I'll try out my flamethrower. All enemies in a cone before you. Okay. Put it here. Oh my god! It doesn't require a target. I can just go to town. Oh, that's amazing. That was cool. Yes, there's still so much stuff to do. Still got all the role quests to clean up. Hello, nerd. I remember well the day I met young Hilda. I shan't dwell on the details, but the first words she had for me were bracing, to say the least. And yet, my prospectometer chirped in her presence, even as it did in yours. 'Tis with a deep well of emotion that I see her now at the forefront of Ishgard's social revolution. Glad I am that my gift to her put a sliver of doubt into her previously unshakable prejudices. Aww. Got some really nice backstory for Hilda that I wasn't expecting. It was really nice. I'm learning firebending, yes. Role quests are also worth doing. Nice. Yeah, I've heard there's like a little epilogue to them once you do them all, so I'll definitely do that as well. Them hounds have made a real name for themselves, ain't they? Not hard when they've got a machinist like you helping them out, though. Aw, thank you. As a manufactory. We just had ourselves a joint training session with the hounds. Between you and Rostenthal, it seems they've learned enough trigger work to meet even Joy's high standards. You know, them hounds seem to have a presence about them. An authority, you could call it. I suppose that's the difference betwixt a group of engineers and a proper squad of soldiers. As a bloke from the same lowborn stock, it makes me feel safe, and more than a little bit proud, to have them protecting our home. What's a machinist? Wow. Well done. Thanks for the flamethrower. That lasts so long. Am I supposed to channel it the whole time, or...? Interesting. Also, we got a set of gear. Gunner armor. Let's see what this looks like. Oh, actually, I'll just do it here. Some goggles. kind of like it. It's got maybe a few too many colours going on. I don't like those goggles though. So what's this gun look like? Oh my god, is that a Tommy gun? Pretty cool. Generally, it's the do AoE damage to a group as you take a drink button. Ah, okay. Thank you. I like that. And I love abilities that you don't have to have a target for, so you can just use them whenever you want and play around. That is so cool. Alright, well, I'll go over how Machinist works, and then I will feed Cat and take a break, and then we'll do Dancer. Dancer is one of the Shadowbringers classes, so it started at 60, just like Gunbreaker. So it's only got one set of class quests. So we haven't seen any of that story yet. Okay, let's go play around with Machinist. Hasn't really changed much from last time I showed it, I don't think. What did I actually get? Yeah, I didn't really get much when I was leveling up, mainly animation, just new animations. Should I still show it? It feels pretty much the same as it did last time at level 60. Can't hurt. Go over how it works. Ooh. Those are cool weapons. We've got cool sound effects coming from this ninja and then just boop, 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 this person. Bothers you a lot that it starts upgrading the 1-2-3 chain in the late 50s but doesn't finish it till 64. Yeah, that was really weird. They don't give you the upgraded finisher. That was kind of weird. But yeah, so Machinists, one of the... There's only 3 ranged physical DPS at the moment in the game. And they all feel very different from one another. Like Bard doesn't use any 1-2-3 combos. But Machinist does. So Machinist has a whole 1-2-3 combo. And the animations upgrade a lot when you level up, so they're kind of redonkulous now. You're doing just flips. And ridiculous DMC kind of animations. Yeah, I think this one's my favourite. Just the line of bullets that then fly in, that's just ridiculous. I love it. Yeah, so that's what you'll normally do on the 1-2-3. Got a few cooldowns you can use. Hot Shot. That increases your battery gauge. And Drill, that just does lots of damage and it looks cool. You shoot a big drill. Decently short cooldown as well. So the battery gauge is pretty easy to explain. It just fills up as we do certain moves. Our combo finisher and Hot Shot. And we just turn it on. It just activates a little flying turret. It just shoots enemies on its own. And at level 80, it's going to upgrade to a big robot. That's cool. But yeah, at the moment it's just a little flying turret. That's all you use the battery gauge for. And the heat gauge is much more complicated, so I'll go over that once I'm done explaining other stuff. So we've also got this off-global cooldown thing, Gorse Round. It's got 2 charges. And it looks like this. Not a very exciting animation, huh? I assume that's going to upgrade to something later. And there's an AoE version of it, but they're not on the same cooldown or charges, so you can use them both as well. Ricochet. That looks cool. you want to be using them both, I think. And I think that's pretty much everything before we get to the heat gauge. So that fills up as we're doing our combo. And once we get to 50, we can activate Hypercharge. And Hypercharge, it slightly increases the damage done by our weapon skills. Not very much. But the most important thing is it lets us use Heat Blast, which is it's a spammable move. It's on global cooldown, but it's got a shorter global cooldown. So yeah, it lasts for that long and lets us use Heat Blast, which is a very spammy kind of move. Yeah, and then it runs out, and then we're back to building up heat again. And the other thing that Heat Blast does is every time you use it, it reduces your cooldown of both Gauss Round and Ricochet, which are your two off-global cooldown things with charges. So that means you're trying to use these charges as they come in without also clipping your global cooldown, which is pretty tricky. It's why Machinist is very ping dependent. Get some more heat. So I'll use this Gauss Round charge, and now we'll use Hypercharge. Yeah, so you'll see how many charges of Gauss Round I'll get. There's one. There's another. Yeah, that wasn't even using Ricochet. We get lots of charges of that too. So Machinist, it's very fast. Lots of Heat Blast spamming. Kind of fun though. Also, being a ranged DPS class, it has no cast time, so you can do everything on the run, just like Bard and Dancer. So it's really fun if you like to run around and just jump everywhere. You know, dodge things without losing any DPS if you're doing things right. The AoE moves, we got Spread Shot, which is spammable kind of cone thing. Yeah, as I said before, we got Ricochet, which is off global cooldown, so you do that between Spread Shot. And we have a heat AoE move too. Instead of Heat Blast, we can use Auto Crossbow, which also has a short global cooldown. But this one doesn't give you charges of Gauss Round and Ricochet. This one's just spam Auto Crossbow. And it looks like this. You pull out this weird crossbow thing. Fun? Yeah, Machinist AoE is pretty simple, but I like it. Also, now we've got Flamethrower for AoE as well. That's so pretty. God, the flame animation looks so good. Yeah, Machinist AoE is kind of fun. And I think we get an AoE version of Drill. It's on the same cooldown, I think. Yeah, I think Bioblaster. Yeah. Yeah, so we get an AoE alternative to Drill. I just don't have that yet. That's in 2 levels. It's a Shadowbringers thing. Bioblaster. That sounds pretty nasty. Are we starting to use bio weapons now? What the frick? That's not cool. Yeah, that's the gist of Machinist. We're doing our 1, 2, 3 build up heat. We just pop our turret when we got the battery for it. Do our cooldowns like the drill. Boom. Hit hot shot. And then we activate our heat gauge when we have it ready. And spam. Pretty fun. Hey, Nora. Hey, Cyclone. Welcome. Hey, Lauren. Welcome. Just catching up on chat. Flips accelerate the bullets and make them do more damage. This is known. Yes. And Walker added an extra charge at the end of damage boost. Ah, that's cool. Edgar from FF6. Ah, okay, that's what a lot of this was based off. That's cool. Just got some cooldowns as well. We got an AoE thing that reduces damage taken by 10%. All ranged physical DPS get that. Just a group cooldown you can pop before AoE damage comes out. We've got Reassemble. Guarantees the next weapon skill is a critical direct hit. So at the moment I like to pair that with Drill. So that's 550. Drill. Big number. But it sounds like I'll want to use that at the end of Heat. At the end of Hypercharge later. Got Barrel Stabilizer. That just gives us 50 hit gauge. It's a cool animation too, actually. And Wildfire. So this is it's a negative effect you put on your target, and at the end of it, it explodes like a time bomb. And it does more damage for each weapon skill you land. Doesn't matter how strong the weapon skill is, it's just how many. So when we're spamming Heat Blast, we're doing lots of weapon skills. So we want to pair that with doing heat stuff. And that'll make it do more damage at the end. So you can see there's the Wildfire. And boom! There we go. That's all that is. Yeah, it's not much to explain really, but it's very difficult to min-max this class. Hop out of combat. We've got the other ranged physical DPS stuff like Peloton. Just gives everyone a speed boost in the party. Always nice to have a ranged physical DPS along for dungeons. Only works out of combat. So it's for like running to the next pack of enemies. Yeah, that's Machinist. I don't think there's much else to explain about it. Didn't change too much from level 60. Air Anchor. An attack with potency of 550. Oh, that's an upgrade to Hotshot, I think. Yeah, I'll get an upgrade for Hotshot later. Scattergun. I think that's an upgrade to Spreadshot. Yeah, a lot of this stuff is just upgrades to stuff, I think. And Chainsaw. That sounds like fun. I don't think that's an upgrade to anything. I think that's just a new button. Yes, that's Machinist. Yeah, the other physical DPS classes are kind of about buffing other people in your party. Bard is about party-wide buffs. And Dancer is about buffing one other DPS. Machinist is just about me. I go pew pew, bang bang. Big number. Pew pew. Explosions. Air Anchor owns. Ooh, I look forward to seeing it. Chainsaw's its own thing. Nice. That sounds like fun. Yeah, that's Machinist. Pretty fun. It's the range physical DPS for if you want to do big numbers. Cool. Very ping dependent though. Gotta remember that. Okay, so we're gonna take a break to feed Cleo, and then we're gonna check out Dancer. At level 90, can't really go wrong as long as you reassemble Chainsaw, Air Anchor, or Drill. Machinist is all about bang bang bang, pull my regular trigger. Yes. Promotion upgrades Rook Auto Turret to Automaton Queen. That sounds like fun. Oh, you get 2 charges of Reassemble. That sounds cool. Allows a 3rd charge of Gauze Round and Ricochet. Jeez. That's a lot of charges. Anyway, I shall set off the cat alarm. Just answering a question in here. Now, good. Now you have to use Blizz 2 and Fire 2 to swap stances. About Black Mage. Alright, let's That used to be Dancer, but they gutted... Oh, what do they do with Dancer? Because they changed it very much. I saw there was a lot of quality of life changes, but setting off the cat alarm. Kitty. Lowered the potency of technical step. Oh, okay. Oh, that sucks. Yeah. You coming, sweetie? I don't know if she's coming. Oh, okay. They have a move that activated all their procs. Oh, okay. Yeah. Yeah, I see now. That's a shame. Maybe they can have it so it gives you 2 charges of the procs? Yeah, I don't know. Hello, sweetie. How you doing? How are you? Cute little cat. Sure they'll look at it. Yeah, hopefully. Nice to keep the quality of life stuff without losing the cool stuff about the class. Alright, gonna go feed her. I'll be back in about 10 minutes. Yeah, move away from that crackling fire. Idling camera. And I shall be back. Okay. I'm back. Hello. I'm back. Welcome, Disaster Millennial. Welcome to the stream. Thank you, Tag. Wow, Dancer is at 11% under the other classes. Or under the top. Ouch. That's, hopefully they do their class balancing patch soon. Do they usually take a little while to fix up the balance after a new expansion? Okay, let's do Dancer. Dancer. Oh, I need to be somewhere I can do my glamour plates. Well, let's go to Limsa because that's where the Dancer quests are. So... Oop. Hardly get to see my stream. Yeah, that's understandable. Yeah, time zones are annoying. Oh, they suck. There we go. Dancer set. I think they should have you unlock dancers as you level up Dancer. That'd be cool. Kind of like how you unlock the performance mode for Bard. That'd be nice. Right, so the unlock quest. Have that recorded. Dancer. Whoops, nope, not that one. Clicked the wrong thing. I am doing well. They basically gave Liz to a point in existing. Okay. I should probably mute the game. Counting seems to have been having trouble with the Black Mage. Cast Blizzard 2, then freeze, then transpose, and then... No, what? No. You fire 2, you don't transpose. Fire 2 to swap to fire. They'll help. They'll help her. Fire 2 does damage and gives you 3 stacks. Okay. Yeah. Black Mage AoE was terrible before. It was a mess. I had to look up guides to like, what's the point of Blizzard 2? Why is this here? And then look at guides and be like, oh, okay, it actually is pointless. Okay. Yeah, it was a messy design. It's really intuitive now. You can figure it out just by pressing buttons. It's really cool. Which is like most AoEs. But most class rotations make sense as you play around with them. Black Mage did not. Well, for AoE anyway. Is Blizzard 2 useful now? Yeah. Blizzard 2 is actually ranged now. Like you don't have to be standing in the middle of things to hit them with it. And it swaps you. You use it to swap to ice stance. And then you use freeze. Okay. So, Dancer. Kind of want to do Black Mage now. I really want to do Dancer though. Alright, so this is my recording of the Dancer unlock quest. Shall we dance? This Lommenson gentleman appears just a tad too excited about something. Good madam. Oh, good madam. You can spare a moment, yes? Of course you can. You see, I've just witnessed a performance most marvellous, and I simply must tell someone about it. What sort of performance, you ask? Why, none other than a troupe of travelling dancers hailing from Radzat across the sea. I dare say their bold, exotically beautiful motions are like nothing our realm has ever seen. Adventurers like you are always on the lookout for stimulating new experiences, are you not? You simply must witness this spectacle for yourself. Just follow this road toward the convent of the Dutiful Sisters, and you'll run smack dab into the stage they've set up in the square. The Dutiful Sisters. My good woman, why ever are you wasting your time with silly old me, when one of the greatest spectacles the realm has seen awaits you? Hurry to the square and feast your eyes on those beauties from Radzat. I promise that you won't regret it. Still kind of a mess? Why is that? Glad your main got buffed? Yeah, Black Mage is cool. What have we here? An adventurer. And an imposing one at that. But where are my manners? I'm Kuilud, Troupe Falsiem's humble instrumentalist. If you're looking for the star of our little company, you'll find her just over there. Renar Migo. Greetings, traveller. Come to see our little show, have you? On behalf of Troupe Falsiem, I welcome you. My troop mates are seeing to the final preparations, even as we speak. Don't wander too far. The curtain will be rising any moment now. It's been quite some time since we brought our art to these shores, so our fearless leader tells us. I've been practicing day and night ever since we arrived, to bring you and your countrymen the performance of a lifetime. As for yours truly, believe it or not, this is actually my first time in Eorzea. I'm still a newcomer to the troupe, you see. Oh, but would you look at the time? We'll be taking the stage shortly, so pray sit back and enjoy the show. Pretty fireworks there. I forget what they were for. Some kind of event. Hey, our quests have some real convoluted rotations. Ah, okay, yeah. I'm not sure what it's like at lower level. But it was really confusing when I leveled it. So close, and yet so far. For all who cannot make the voyage to our home, we bring our art to yours. Hailing from Ruds at Hand across the sea, I present the incomparable, transcendent, Troupe FLAMETHROWER. Today, we have prepared a sumptuous feast for your eyes and ears. Let the soaring melodies and the stirring, striking steps of our dancers reach your heart and spirit you away to a distant world. My character's like, alright. Yes, just so, Renard. Betray not your trembling heart. Dance your dance to the last, and let them fall under your spell. Hello. My apologies. I did not mean to intrude upon your experience. Pray ignore my mutterings and enjoy the girl's performance. She's trained quite hard for this day, after all. I like this music. Oh, this is from 9. Ah, nice. That will be why I like this music. I must say, you carry yourself with a certain grace, don't you? Ah, but do excuse me. I forget myself. Ah, that was from Chocobo Hot and Cold and the play at the beginning. Ah, nice. That's cool. It's a good tune. Forgive me for not having properly introduced myself. I am Nashmeira, principal dancer and leader of Troupe FLAMETHROWER. Renard, the girl whose performance you are admiring, is my #1 student and protege. It looks a bit like me. Like real me. This may seem a bit forward, but pray tell, have you ever harboured aspirations of stepping on stage? Of losing yourself in a whirlwind of music and motion, and enchanting your audience with your every movement? Not really, but sure. Forgive me. I know this is all quite sudden, and yet I could not help myself. From the first moment I laid eyes on you, I saw, how can I put it, a poise that could only be honed on the field of battle. Yes, there's no doubt in my mind. You would make a fine dancer. Dancer? Dancer? Potato, potato. I see you are confused, and for good reason. Allow me to explain. There are forms of dance meant merely to grace a stage, and then there is the art of Troupe FLAMETHROWER. We dance the Kriegstrance, a dance of war, so ancient it is said to predate even the founding of our city. Kriegstance? Our dancers train primarily in 2 techniques, each with applications both ornamental and martial. For one, we are proficient in tossing throwing weapons, which are most dazzling to the eyes, and even more damaging to any unfortunate foes they strike. And cool chakrams. The second is, of course, dancing itself. Perhaps you have already felt it, but it is believed that there are mystical powers to our movements, which can serve to heighten senses, lift spirits, and drive weakness and worry from people's hearts. The people of Eorzea have done well to rebuild this realm in the calamity's wake, yet there are scars that still go unhealed, and the spectre of war still looms large over the land. If our art of dance might serve in some small way to ease worries and fears, and offer succour to the hearts of Eorzeans far and wide, nothing would bring our humble troupe greater honour. And so did I decide to lead Troupe FLAMETHROWER on a tour of this realm. Ooh, I forgot this part, a tour. There is, however, a bit of a rub. We have come with only 2 dancers, Renard and myself, and I am still nursing an injury I suffered on the voyage over. My protege is a talented one, but I can hardly ask her to bear the burden of tour alone, and so I felt compelled to reach out to you. Only 2 dancers. Yep. Past me, please click it. I can assure you that the arrangement would be to our mutual benefit. Should you offer us your aid, I will personally instruct you in the art of the Kriegstance, an art that will avail you not only on the stage, but on the field of battle as well. Worry not. I will not force you to rush your decision. We must begin rehearsal for our next performance. Do give some thought to our offer, and seek me out again should you be so inclined. The original track in Discord again? Yeah, that's a good idea, actually. That's a good idea. Dancers will make you a dance partner when you're doing dungeons as Black Mage? Nice, that's a good idea. Thank you ever so much. I could see you cheering me on to the final curtain call. It's always a bit scary coming to new lands, but that just makes a successful performance like today's all the more satisfying. And she's in casual clothes now. I could not help but notice that our fearless leader took an interest in you. While we do not lack for talented dancers, Renard is certainly one of them. None can hold a candle to Nashmeira. She's our pillar of strength, our guiding star. You return, friend. Have you taken the time to think over my offer? Yes, I took 3 seconds. Train as a dancer. Splendid! To tell the truth, I had feared your answer would be no, but fortune smiles upon Troupe FLAMETHROWER today. As principal dancer and company leader, allow me to officially welcome you to our ranks. Yep, clicky. There we go. This is a recording, so... Wait, don't tell me. Nashmera has handpicked you to join our troupe and become a dancer. Is Runner right, or is Runner right? I knew it! I haven't been doing this for as long as Mistress Nashmera, but even I can see that your poise and posture is anything but ordinary. But don't get your hopes up too high. You're going to have to work your arse off to outshine Renar Migo. Rude. Let it suffice to say that I will be watching both of your careers with great interest. Oh, but where are my manners? I haven't even asked my student her name. Oh, I'm the Warrior of Light. An elegant name indeed. Very well then, Melchan. This is for you. This crystal houses the amassed knowledge and memories of generations of our forebears, butterflies of the battlefield, who have fluttered their way into history and legend. Take it, and treasure it. Butterflies of the battlefield, that's a nice little thing. And of course, you'll also be needing a change of clothes. Here, this outfit should do. Go ahead, put it on. You'll be amazed at the freedom of movement the pliant fabric affords you. Shall we dance? Get the soul of the dancer. Our first chakrams. And soft steppers attire. Starting set. Dancer. I still remember the time I first saw Nashmera dance. So glamorous, so elegant she was. Though I was but a clumsy girl, always tripping over my own 2 feet. I swore to myself then and there that one day I would shine like her. Going on like a dancing tour? I hear that you've officially joined the ranks of our merry little troupe. I'm a musician, not a dancer, but if Mistress Nashmera saw something in you, that's more than enough for me. I kind of like his dark coloured version of the outfit actually. Quite nice. And then put it on and learn how to play dancer. Now we can go back to the actual game. Or battle flies for short. Oh, that's good. I like that. That's a good phrase. Good term. Battle flies. I really like Dancer. I suppose you can dance whenever you want around town, so that's cool. Whee! You can kind of have a little dancing mode. Alright, where was that? Over here. This way. This way. Oh, so they've got a cool little short range dash move thing. Whee! They've been waiting for me for months so they can go on this tour. Hello, I'm back. Finally. Gamboling for Gil. Nashmera eyes you with an enthusiastic expression. I have trained many a dancer in my day, but I cannot recall ever having seen the crystal take to one of our new recruits so quickly. Truly, there is prodigious talent within you just waiting to be untapped. I've never seen anything like it either. Why, at this rate, she might even be able to challenge me for the position of Troop Falciem's rising star. Let's not get ahead of ourselves, Renar. But yes, with Melchan in our ranks, the ultimate goal might at long last be within reach. Ultimate goal? That sounds ominous. Before that, however, I should share with you the full details of our planned itinerary. As I may have mentioned, we have travelled to these shores with two purposes: to share our time-honoured art with Eorzeans far and wide, and in doing so, to do our part to help heal any lingering scars left by the calamity. Limsa here was the first stop on our tour of the realm. This leaves us with 4 destinations: Uldar, Gridania, Ishgard, and finally Alamigo. And yet, Ishgard is still dealing with the repercussions of the Dragon Song War, and Alamigo has but recently been liberated from their Garlean masters. I believe it would be best to put off our performances in those nations, until such a time as we can be sure our presence will be welcome. And so, by process of elimination, the next 2 destinations in our tour are all but decided. However, there is another important matter we must attend to before we set off. Finding ourselves a patron willing to sponsor our jaunt across the realm, yes? Precisely. With what little coin remains in our coffers after the long journey, we can scarce afford to put on humble productions like the one Melchan just witnessed. We must find someone who will spare no expense in helping us bring our art to every corner of Eorzea. Fortunately, I have learned of someone who might be suited to that role. An acquaintance of mine in these lands, a songstress no less, introduced me to an influential merchant who considers it his life's work to promote daring new forms of creative expression the realm over. The man in question has all but agreed to fund our tour on one condition: we must grace him with a private performance, and he must deem it to be a true artistic revolution, unlike anything he's seen before. Oh, okay, that sounds easy. An artistic revolution? That sounds like an awfully tall order. Indeed it is. After all, an aesthete of such renown has surely seen a Near Eastern dance or two in his day. So I asked myself, what could we possibly show this man that would truly awe and inspire him? Long did I struggle to come up with an answer, but no longer. Melchan, you will take the stage with Renar and transform into a full-fledged dancer before this man's very eyes. Yes, I shall call it A Flower Blooms on the Battlefield. Yes, it's all coming to me now. For the final act, Renar here will play the role of a formidable foe, unleashing a fearsome array of steps and twirls against you. You'll fend them off, retaliating with flourishes of your own in a dramatic dance battle for the ages. Dance battle! Went bankrupt while waiting for me. Dancer dash, one of the best movement tools in the game. Doesn't need a target, gets multiple charges. Yeah, actually it's really good. Very good. Melchan and I taking the stage together? My tail is tingling with excitement just thinking about it. And through our battle, we'll show our would-be patron that our art is more than just for show. Why, it's positively perfect. I know it's your first performance, but you needn't worry. Nashmera and I will be right there with you. Just follow our lead, let the music carry you, and I'm sure our performance will knock this bigwig merchant's socks off. Renar speaks true. I would not have invited you into our ranks if I did not know you were capable of what I ask. And so, let us not delay any further. Our audience awaits us in a place called... I knew it! I knew it! Ah yes, Costa del Sol. I knew it was going to be this guy. This freaking little Lalafell. Snake, do you think flowers can bloom even on a battlefield? Hello, who are you? Alright, have fun with that. Always this guy, yep. Vroom. Kinda want that motorcycle. I have enough mounts. Always room for more mounts. Hello. Westgate. Bye. The success of our Eorzean tour, and perhaps the very future of our troop as a whole, depends on what this fellow thinks of us. You bet I'm dressed for the occasion. Excellent. My 2 rising stars are here, and we can finally get the show on the road. But first, we should pay our respects to our patron-to-be, Master Gigaruju. Come with me. Master Gigaruju, it is a pleasure and an honour to be invited to your lovely estate. I am Nashmeira, leader and principal dancer of Troop FLAMETHROWER, and I stand before you today with 2 of my most promising protégés. Yes, yes, welcome and all. Thor, take me! Is that you, Titan's Bane? Moonlighting as a dancer these days, are you? I must admit, I thought adventuring was more lucrative than that. Mind you, when you're as wealthy as me, the best is a given. No, I won't be content with merely a masterful performance. I want to see something daring, something profound, something the likes of which this realm has never seen. I trust you're up to the task. We would let your eyes be the judge of that, Master Gigaruju. For today, Costa del Sol will be the venue for the inaugural performance of Troop FLAMETHROWER's newest production. I call it A Flower Blooms on the Battlefield. Melchen takes to the stage like she was born for it. Meanwhile, in another time and place. Hey Tag, you want to perform for... Tag runs away. Aww. It's going to be an actual battle. Ooh. Fun. Fear not, Melchen. I will guide you every step of the way. Cast your worries from your heart. Let your body be as one with the music, and all will be well. This is our chance. If we win over Master Gigaruju, our coffers will be flowing over. Break a leg out there, Melchen. Not literally, of course. Yeah, that would be a problem. Your very first performance, and already you're taking centre stage. Don't worry, you'll be fine. Your first opponent will be a training mannequin, designed specifically to hone an aspiring dancer's skills. Breathe deeply, move with purpose, and it'll be a breeze. At the same time, always remember that the Kriegstans is a dance of war. I know you are among friends here, but I want you to imagine yourself on the battlefield, leaping and twirling through a legion of foes. Now, let's knock this Master Gigaruju out of his 100,000 gil stockings. I'm ready when you are. I've learned all the dancer. Yep. I can dance. That's it. That fire in your eyes. This is the chance of our lifetimes. So let the same passion burn in your heart and hold nothing back. Let the curtain rise. Could we just get Tataru to help us out instead? Yeah, actually. We're kind of rich from that whole Four Lords ordeal. You still lack for experience. This I know. But take heart. For I have crafted this performance specifically to draw out your innate talent. Step by precious step. Follow my lead, and you will feel yourself transforming into a full-fledged dancer before you even know it. Lose yourself in the music. Let the passion in your heart take over, and you will move as you have never moved before. Yes, you are the flower on this battlefield, and today you will blossom. Nod. Are you ready, Mel-chan? First, you want to execute what we call a closed position and choose me as your partner. Once you've chosen a partner, you'll be able to invigorate them through your dancing. Are you ready? Trust me, follow my lead and Gigaruju will be all but putty in our hands. Closed position. Make her my dance partner. Splendid. Now, let's show Gigaruju what you can do. Our apologies for the delay, Master Gigaruju. Without further ado, behold as our flower blooms on the battlefield. Finally, it's time for the show. This had best be all I've heard it to be, lest you're not getting a single coin of my gil. Phew, no pressure, eh? Alright, Mel-chan, let's begin with the basics. Commence your dance, make 2 standard steps, and then top it off with a double standard finish. So you start a dance, and it tells you what dance moves to do. You do green, and then blue, and then finish the dance. Oh, so this is the famed troupe FLAMETHROWER. Perhaps your reputation was well deserved after all. That's it. Can you feel the power welling up from within you? Now it's my turn. Oh, she's doing technical step. I want to learn that. I can't do that yet. It's a 4-step dance. Can you feel the strength surging within you? Just like this, you and your partner inspire and feed off of one another to bring out the best in both of you. But we're just getting warmed up, aren't we? Gigaruju wants to see more, so go ahead and show him what you've got. Dance. Dance. Yeah, you give your partner a damage buff. Simply astounding. I never knew that Eastern dance was so alluring. Not bad. Not bad at all. But you must show me more. More, I say. It would seem Master Gigaruju has warmed up to you. Next, show him what you can do with this mannequin here. Behold, Master Gigaruju. My protege will now put on a show with this dancing doll. Watch as she fends off its mighty magics. FLAMETHROWER warriors. Ah. Nothing like a good battle to get the blood pumping, says Gigaruju. Dance. Elegant and deadly? Yes, I do believe I approve. Do not forget your standard steps. Dance your dance, and not only will you strike your foe, but invigorate yourself and your companions in the process. They really want you to move around while doing stuff, like a dancer. Oh, that's cool. Now that's what I call dancing. What's next? The show will go on, yes? Alright, Mel-chan, we have Master Gigaruju right where we want him. It's time for you and Rana to take the stage together. I trust you're enjoying the show, and now we present the grand finale. Behold as my 2 dancers clash in a display of dangerous beauty. A duel of 2 dancers, you say? Now that's what I came to see. Come, my lovelies, and sweep me off my feet. No thanks, but I will dance with this lady instead. Ah. Trying to charm me. Rude. I am as the flames, flickering in the darkness. Two dancers moving in perfect harmony. I've never seen such a sight. I want to see more. Has he actually seen dances before? That's cool. My eyes are blinded by the sheer beauty, says Gigaruju. I can't make whirlwinds. That's not fair. I want to make whirlwinds. Inconceivable! I've never seen anything like them. Happily sweep him out of his gill. Yes. Always get step dance and dance and all confused. Yeah, the mechanics definitely have taken a step up, haven't they? Are you sure that was your first time up on stage? I could swear I was watching a veteran up there. I couldn't take my eyes off of you for a moment. But hey, my moves were nothing to sneeze at either, right? Of course, all the flashy lights were just for show. I set them up beforehand, just to liven up our performance, you know? But enough about me. This was your day to shine. If that meant me playing the villain for a day, so be it. I'm just proud to have played my part in helping your talents bloom. Now that was a sight to behold. A bold young woman taking on one fearsome foe after the next, and transforming into a masterful dancer before my very eyes. Yes, I do believe I've not seen anything quite like it. Yarr. Money, please. Your words do us great honour, Master Gigaruju. Might we also count on you to loosen your purse strings and sponsor Troupe FLCM on our tour across your fair realm? It is true, of course, that your troupe deserves a far wider audience. And yet, your performance moved me so that I just couldn't bear to part with you so soon. I must say, I found myself particularly smitten with the young kitten who played the villain's role. Renard, was it? Perhaps I could interest you in signing a contract to be one of my personal dancers. I can promise that it would be a lucrative one. No. Why, you flatter me, Master Gigaruju, but I fear I'm still in training. I can't very well leave Miss Nashmira's side until our tour is complete. Is that so now? No, this simply won't do. Why, I'm afraid your rejection has so devastated me that I simply don't have it in me to fund your little excursion after all. Oh, this guy sucks. You can't be serious. You gave us your word. He won't take no for an answer. Whatever should we do, Mel-chan? I will punch him in the face. You are altering the deal? We can do this the easy way, or... We can do this the easy way, or I can punch you in the face. Well, what's that supposed to mean? Stop looking at me like that. You're scaring me. I jest. I say, I never took you dancers to be such a bloody serious lot. I meant only to express how utterly enthralled I was by your peerless performance. You have provided me with precisely the sort of bold and audacious artistic revolution I sought. As per our deal, I am more than happy to offer you the financial backing you so clearly deserve. We are most grateful, Master Gigaruju. Truly, your aesthetic sensibilities are matched only by your boundless generosity. By your leave, we shall begin preparing for our forthcoming performance in Uldar. Kill this guy. I have no guilt over cheating him in the wine deal, yes. Wait, I say. I mean, if I might make just one small request. I ask not that you sign an exclusive contract, only that one of you sojourn here as my honoured guest and entertain me for a spell. In return, in addition to my patronage, I promise that I will deliver you a personal letter of recommendation to the Syndicate on your behalf. Well, I do believe that sounds like a mutually beneficial arrangement. In that case, Master Gegaruju, you may have the pick of any of my troop. Excepting Melchan, of course. Then the deal is done. Yes, I would be more than content with the lovely Miss Renard here. Leave the negotiations with the Syndicate to me. In the meantime, I look forward to seeing every move in your repertoire. The pleasure is mine, Master Gegaruju. And please introduce me to your personal dancing girls as well. I'm sure there's so much they could teach me about the art of dance in Eorzea. Phew, I was worried there for a moment, but all's well that ends well. I'll go and share the good news with the others. Pray come along if you'd like. Bum, 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 bum. Turn on that buff. Yeah. I'm not exaggerating, friend. That was a first performance for the ages. Nashmera's eye for talent has never led us astray, but I had no idea you'd realise your potential so quickly. Bravo, I say. Bravo. Aww. Aww. Flatter me. Aww. When Master Gegaruju started insisting on taking Renard from us, I thought all our efforts were for naught. But it seems we've come away with everything we bargained for, and then some. And it's all thanks to you. It really was quite remarkable how he changed his tune after you gave him such a single glance. Clearly, you possess remarkable powers of persuasion. I guess you could call it that. At any rate, I suppose a short sojourn here could benefit us all. Renard seems eager to get to know the dancers here, and I must attend to administrative tasks before our next performance. In the meantime, why don't you put your newfound skills to the test? I suspect you'll be quite pleased with how well they serve you. Almost want to see what the Warrior of Light would do to make him regret picking them to stay. Yeah, same actually. Our home of Razet Han also lies by the sea, but I must say I find the ocean breeze here singularly refreshing. A soiree in the Sultanate. Nashmera is ready to take the show on the road. Well, if it isn't my star pupil, you couldn't have come at a better time. A messenger just arrived. It would appear that Master Gegaruju has received a response from his friends in the Sultanate. As for the details, he would deliver them to us in person. Why don't you go on ahead to his villa? I will fetch Renard and be along shortly. Here's hoping that Master Gegaruju is a man of his word. At any rate, you should go on ahead. I'll see to it that we're ready to strike off again at any time. Hello. Well, well, if it isn't my second favourite dancer. Good news, my girl. Thanks to the highest recommendation of yours truly, my friends at the Syndicate would be more than happy to host one of your performances in Uldar. You have our deepest gratitude, Master Gegaruju. Truly, your generosity knows no bounds. Ha ha ha, think nothing of it. Your performance gave me a thrill I'll not soon forget, and, well, I'd love nothing more than to keep you all to my own. I'd be remiss if I didn't share my most remarkable discovery with the rest of the realm. That goes for you in particular, my lovely Renard. You may be a bit rough around the edges, but that just adds to your untamed, dare I say, feral allure. Nothing would make me happier than to go down in history as the man who introduced your beauty to Eorzea. Why, Master Gegaruju, you're making me blush. Gah, thought take me. I simply can't bear the thought that you have performed on my stage for the last time. You'll grace me with one final farewell performance, won't you? Surely, after all I've done for you. Our apologies, Master Gegaruju, but we must not keep our audience in the Sultanate waiting. After all, this is but the second stop on our journey, a journey we must see through to the end. And besides, while your words do Renard and us all great honour, I would remind you that the girl is still an apprentice. Excess praise can lead to overconfidence, overconfidence to carelessness, and carelessness to an untimely fall. Do you hear me, Renard? No matter what glowing words your admirers may heap upon you, remember that your journey as a dancer has only just begun. Keep your feet planted firmly on the ground, lest you stumble on the road to achieving your full potential. But of course! And yet, it's truly inspiring to have such a devoted fan, is it not? Why, it helps me appreciate just how much I've blossomed as a dancer in such a short time. Huge biceps of coercion. That's great. I do not mean to make light of your achievements. I ask only that you stay focused on the task at hand, continue to hone your craft, and not let yourself get swept away by unchecked emotion. And with that, we should be taking our leave. Master Gegaruju, we thank you for your patronage and hospitality. When our business in Eorzea is done, we will return to fully express our gratitude. You need not feel compelled to travel with the troop, Milchan. I trust that you have matters of your own that you would attend to along the way. We shall await you in Uldar. I wouldn't mind if you just teleported me there. No? Okay. After you have done touring the realm, I trust you'll return and treat your generous benefactor to an exclusive encore, yes? Nah. I wish I could, but I don't want to. Wonder when the next event is starting. Tomorrow, I think? Or we'll need someone to try out my level 70 ability on. Technical step? Yeah, that's true. That's gonna be fun. Look at all the people. I wonder how many new fans I'll make here. 1,000? 1,000,000? I can hardly wait. The streets are a bit dusty, but the ornate architecture of the residences is something to behold. Clearly, the aesthetic tastes of the Uldans tend toward the lavish. No doubt Nashmera has already taken this into consideration in planning our next performance. So this is Uldar, Jewel of the Desert. But we're not here to see the sights. No, we must decide upon a suitable venue for our next performance. As a matter of fact, I already have an idea. I was thinking we might put on a show in Stone's Throw, a settlement outside the town, said to be home to the poor and downtrodden. Are you sure of this, Mistress Nashmera? I agree that the arts should be enjoyed by the lowborn as well as the high, but is some glorified shantytown truly the best place for us to find an audience here? I would have it no other way. Now listen to me, Melchan, and listen carefully. Okay. You will recall that I told you that our Kriegsdance has the unique power to clear hearts and minds of worries, and lift the spirits of all who behold it. Put another way, bringing joy and succour to the scorned and the suffering is no less than our calling in life. In Limsa as well, our audience included many who were down on their luck, and yet it did not seem those troubles weighed so heavily in their hearts. Mayhap this is a remnant of their pirate heritage, a flagon of ale in hand and a song on the lips, and all their cares fade away. Uldar's different. Here, I feel the scars of the calamity run deeper, particularly among those who lack the coin needed to rebuild their lives to their satisfaction. Stone's throw it will be. I can think of no place more in need of what we offer. You there! Halt! Halt, I say! Hi. You're the dancing troupe that's come at the invitation of the Syndicate, yes? On the authority of the Brass Blades, we command you to desist at once. What? Fear not, you have done naught wrong. It's just, well, Stone's Throw's not safe for visitors these days, you see. A group of real rabble-rousers have been causing trouble of late. You know how it is. Protests, riots, and all sorts of unpleasant business. Of course, their anger's targeted directly at Uldar's upper crust. Like as not, they'd leave you a troupe of performers. Still, the Syndicate cannot accept the risk of its honoured guests suffering an untimely injury, or worse. We appreciate your concern, but I can assure you that is wholly unnecessary. All members of my troupe are well trained in the art of self-defence. We are more than capable of taking care of ourselves. That's right. Besides, healing suffering and strife across the realm is precisely the reason we've come here. Whatever sort of struggle your people face, why not let us look into the matter and see if we can't resolve it? Wondering why your game was playing BGM but not sound effects? Oh! It's funny. It is a gracious offer, but no. Keeping the peace is our sworn duty, and one we cannot simply impose on guests. Besides, we are trained soldiers, and you are not. For your own safety, you should take your leave of this place at once. You haven't seen these dances. I'm more than just a dancer, you know. Yeah, I'm gonna brag. An adventurer? And one who knows her way around Uldar, you say? Perhaps you are fit to investigate the matter after all. Very well then. You and your friends may carry on. Just promise that you won't go looking for trouble, eh? I can make zero promises of that regard. Mistress Nashmera, leave this to me. I'll dance up a storm for these poor folks, calm their hearts, and put an end to any riots or uprisings. I admire your spirit, Renar, and yet I cannot shake the sense that great danger does indeed lurk here. You may go, but only if Melchan accompanies you, and you must promise that you will not leave her side. All right. The more the merrier, don't you agree, Melchan? Let's make for Stone's Throw. I'll race you there. Just checking your picture. Why don't we just take the money and push it somewhere else? Yep. How's my likeness not plastered all over the realm? Yeah! Yeah, there's so many NPCs who just don't recognise the Warrior of Light. Renar has come far since joining our troupe, but she is still a child with much growing up to do. I realise that she is your senior as a dancer, but I ask you this. Pray keep an eye on her and see that she stays out of trouble. I admire the girl's spirit, but I do wish she'd think things through a bit more before she acts. Alright, 2 Stone's Throw. Hello. Oh, there you are. Let's get started, shall we? Our first task is to figure out just who's behind these riots. Why don't we split up, ask around, and see what turns up? Don't tell me you're worried about that silly promise I made to Mistress Nashmera. Come now, Mel-chan. Clearly she worries over much. You saw me on the stage. Do I look like someone who can't take care of herself? Now, let's see what the townspeople can tell us. Meet you back here when we're both done, alright? Oh, this isn't going to go bad at all. We won't split up. Immediately splits up. Riots? There've been some trouble here of late. Won't catch me dead getting myself involved. Whoever's behind it all, we should just bugger off and give us some peace and quiet for once. Of course, that doesn't stop those brass blades from glaring at me askance every time they come through the neighbourhood. Not that I can blame them, though, I suppose. Rumour has it the true culprit's an expert in throwing the authorities off his trail. Told you once, and I'll tell you again. Got nothing to do with those riots. Don't go believing everyone who says the same as me, though. Looking for some rabble-rousing rioter, you say? I might know a thing or two. What's it to you? None of us here in Stone's Throw have much love for the rich, this much is true. Still, wasn't until lately when someone started talking about actually giving them their due. Thought they was just talking big, but lately it seems they've been putting their plot into action. This sounds familiar. Look, I've got no love for those hoity-toity types either, but there's a way to go about these things. Whoever's trying to start trouble, well, I just hope they understand what they're getting into. Sell Warrior of Light action figures. Yeah, a powerful backlight, you can flip a switch and just see the silhouette. I love that. Yeah. I wish you could, like, maybe, like, do a thing like you do with the Domans and help build stuff for these people. Little weekly donation thing, that would be cool. Hey, you there? You friends with that Mikote girl? The one with the fancy dress? Oh no. He was asking around about the riots, you know. Well, would you believe I actually saw her talking to one of the blackguards responsible for it all? The last thing I saw, he was leading her away somewhere. I'd go after her if I were you. Well, I wouldn't. Never had the nerve for that sort of thing. But I reckon you should, before the poor thing comes to harm. Well. Yeah, I've been around Uldar quite a bit, so I think the guards would recognise me. Oh, you okay? Mad mendicants. Not sure what a mendicant is. I'm gonna dance at him though. Grrr, dance. Oh, hello, ant. Silly ant. Ow. Oh, that stunned me. Oh, Mel-chan, you really saved my skin. This man told me he'd take me to the rider's hideout. He led me here, and then... Well, to be honest, I'm still unsure entirely what I witnessed. It was the strangest thing. As soon as he brought me here, his body began to sway and spin in the strangest way. If I didn't know better, I'd say he was... dancing. But we can talk about that when we're back in safer environs. I should probably summon the brass blades and file an actual report. Meanwhile, could you return to the city and let Mistress Nashmera know I'm alright? And tell her I'm sorry for breaking my word. Evil Dancer? The brass blades should be here any minute now. Could you go return to the city and let Mistress Nashmera know I'm alright? Sure. Oh, I didn't realise we were right next to that gate. Oh well. Oh, there you are, Melchan. But where is Renard? She died. I see. I had a feeling this would happen. Do not blame yourself, Melchan. You are not her keeper. I will deal with the girl myself when she returns. That said, I am curious. What can you tell me of this strange dance she says her would-be captors were performing? Good news, friends. Thanks to your efforts, we have apprehended the firebrand. Peace should return to Stone's Throw for now, at least until the next rabble-rouser decides to fan the flames. Still, there is one part of the story that does not sit well with me. The girl here claims she saw her captors dancing, but those we took into custody swear to the last man that they remember no such thing. They deny that they were dancing? But why ever would they feel the need to lie about something so innocuous, when already convicted of a far more heinous crime? It is not precisely a lie. You see, from here the tale gets even stranger. They claim to have a vague recollection of their bodies moving, but insist they have absolutely no intention of doing so. They went on to say they couldn't even remember why or where they came up with the idea to write in the first place. On the contrary, they seemed almost relieved, just as if some evil spirit had been banished from them. What? What? Sounds like our friends have been partaking in a particularly unstable and unsavoury alchemical concoction. At any rate, the brass blades will be taking over the investigation from here. Thank you for your assistance, and please carry on with the preparations for your performance with our blessing. Okay. I'm sorry, Mistress Nashmera. I should have stayed with Melchan like you said. Together, I'm sure we could have worked things out peacefully. In the end, I was not able to dance even a single step. Just as the Kriegsdance can enthrall and inspire, so can it serve us in battle. A true dancer must be prepared for both possibilities at all times. Melchan was able to display her skills as a dancer in battle today, and I suspect it is for that very reason that your would-be captors. But never mind that. Renard, you disappoint me. It is not a lack of dancing prowess that led to your failure today. No, it was the overconfidence that led you to stray from your partner's side. When Troupe Falciem dances, we dance as one. We dance to stir hearts and lift spirits, not merely to show off our skills, that our admirers might shower us with empty praise. I thought you understood this, but it is clear you still have much to learn. I'm sorry, Mistress Nashmera. I promise I will not repeat my mistake. Forgive me for making you suffer the girl's foolishness, Melchan. Though she has grown in skill, it is clear she is still a child in more ways than one. I can only hope that she will take today's lesson to heart, lest she eventually pay the price. Ugh. Is that not going a bit too far? You ask much of the girl. I've gone a bit too far. Being a true dancer is about more than knowing how to move one's feet. It must be tougher on Renard than anyone. Though I must be tougher on Renard than anyone. This troop Felsiane failed to carry out its sworn duty. I can see you are confused by my words. Do not worry. All will become evident in due time. Yes, both you and Renard will understand all too well. Are you evil? And with that, I must prepare for our forthcoming performance. This time, I will be asking Renard to take the stage alone. She may consider it her opportunity to reflect upon her actions today, and, God's willing, learn and grow from her missteps. Meanwhile, perhaps it will be best if you too return to your training. If you and Renard truly mean to bring out the best in one another, both of you will need to work harder than ever before. Farewell for now, and let us meet up again when it is time to move on. And now, I do believe it's time I did some investigating of my own. That's not ominous. Also, I never noticed that building there that's just got this part hanging off of it. That looks deeply structurally unsound. Magic. It's fine, there's some magic or something. Though performing on stage may seem routine to us, for our audience, each show is a once-in-a-lifetime experience. We must never forget this, and strive to always be at our best. Dances with dusk whites. Yeah. Nashmera is ready to move on to new environs. It is good to see you, Melchan. You'll be pleased to hear that our exhibition in the Sultanate was a rousing success. Renard gave quite the inspired performance. It would seem the girl has indeed taken her lessons to heart. That leaves Gridania as the final stop on our three-nation tour. I meant to depart immediately, but I must confess that the curious developments in Uldar have given me pause. Upon our arrival, let us first pay a visit to the Adder's Nest and inquire as to any strange happenings about town. Do not ask me why, but I believe it is best we stay vigilant. Adder's Nest. I feel like she is hiding so much and not telling us so much important stuff that we probably need to know. I have so many movement things. Whee! Considering everything that's gone wrong, Mistress Nashmera is remarkably composed. I suppose that's why she leads this outfit, and I just pound the drums. So this is Gridania. The forest is beautiful indeed, but I can't help but feel something ominous in the air. Under normal circumstances, Gridania would be more than willing to host any performance, provided it does not anger the elementals. However, I fear our current situation is far from normal. Oh god, alright. Ah, Melchan. I am sorry to say that my fears appear to have been well founded. Gridania too has seen its fair share of social unrest of late. Pray explain the situation to my colleagues, good sir. You are familiar with the Duskwhite, yes? They are a clan of Elizan, who eschew the shackles of urban life, and instead choose to live in isolation. For the most part, both sides choose to leave the other well enough alone. Recently, however, events have taken a troubling turn. Groups of Duskwhites have been assembling for reasons unknown, holding secret gatherings on the outskirts of the forest. Whatever their aim, we can be quite certain that it is nothing good. The Twin Adder is content to let them be, provided they do us no harm, but when they turn to thieving and threatening our way of life, we cannot simply turn a blind eye. To say that tensions between the Duskwhites and our citizens have been rising would be an understatement. To this point, Troublemakers among the Duskwight have primarily acted alone, which makes the manner in which they are now plotting something together in plain sight all the more concerning. Some here in the nest even believe that they are sowing the seeds for a violent uprising. As fortune would have it, these Duskwight rabble-rousers have recently been sighted with particular frequency in the immediate vicinity of the venue where I'd hoped to hold our performance. Needless to say, we must address the immediate danger before we can even think of going forward with our performance. Nochan, Renard, what say we investigate the matter? Together this time. Consider it done. I'll make up for my failure. Just you watch me. Once I've soothed the Duskwights' hearts with my dance, rioting will be the furthest thing from their minds. Thank you, friends. That settles it then. Leave the matter of the Duskwight demagogues to my colleagues here. I suppose there would be some merit in delegating the task to you, rather than risk fanning the flames between the Duskwights and our own citizens. And yet, you are a dance troupe, are you not? Are you certain that your friends here are up to the task of suppressing an armed revolt? You can be assured they are. For what it is worth, I too will be accompanying Renard and Nochan to ensure that everything is in order. Besides, there is something I would confirm with my own eyes. And with that, we should be on our way. The Duskwights in question are said to be congregating in the South Shroud. Let us meet first at the local tavern and formulate a plan of attack. Plan of attack? What? Are we just attacking them? Alright. They like the term rabble-rousers. As one who has accompanied Renard in all of her recent performances, you have my word. The girl has taken her lessons to heart, and will not make the same mistake again. Yet it would seem our dear leader is not quite convinced. To the tavern. A lot of Ishgardians are going to cry when they find out they didn't get to witness their beloved Warrior of Light perform as a dancer. Yes. That's alright, maybe we'll get to go there toward the end of the quest line? That would be cool. Just gonna drink some water. Are you sure that Melchan, the Warrior of Light and Lieutenant of the Yellow Serpents, is up to this task? Oh, don't worry, I'll be there too. Yes. It is kind of silly. I guess it's because the Dancer questline, you can... I don't think it has an MSQ prereq, so as long as you have a level 60, you can start doing this questline. You don't have to even have finished Realm Reborn. That might be why it's written this way. Still kind of weird though. Does Mistress Nashmera have to follow us everywhere? And what was that about her wanting to see something with her own eyes? According to one of the regulars here, the Duskwight troublemakers were seen not long ago, just to the northeast of here. And that's not all. A rumour says that they were, and I quote, gyrating and undulating in a most curious way. They were gyrating and undulating. In a curious way. There is something later in Kugane though. Ah, okay. Weird. Kind of... yeah, it's written really strangely then. Whatever it was that we witnessed in Thanalan, it seems likely that it's afflicted the people here as well. We must investigate the matter with all speed. Come now. Go see some people gyrate and undulate. In a curious way. Why, we're halfway across the realm from Uldar. Why would these Duskwights be performing the same dance as the paupers in Stone's Throw? Somehow I can't shake this feeling Mistress Nashmera knows more than she's letting on. Yeah, she should just tell us what the frick's going on. This is where the Duskwights were last sighted. Or so I was told. Do you want to be part of our gyrating and undulating troupe? Melchan, Mistress Nashmera, I think I saw something. Over there, behind the bushes. They're spinning. Don't know if that counts as gyrating or undulating. That's it. That's the same creepy dance I saw in Uldar. The dance of the damned. Yes, it is just as I feared. I'll explain everything in good time. For the moment, just leave them to me. Be gone, meddlers. Leave us to our dancing. Can I dance too? What in the... My legs? It's as if they have a mind of their own. Hello. Oh. Mistress Nashmera, look out! Thing looks cool. DNC, more like G and U. What's the G and U for? How embarrassing. Yeah, that was. Melchan, I'll tend to Mistress Nashmera. You deal with whatever that is. Etheric manifestation. Thanks. Oh, I killed a random plant nearby. Sorry. I'm dancing. Good work, Melchan. Still, whatever in the world was that? Gyrating and undulating. Oh, that's good. Forgive me, Melchan. And thank you. And to think I was scolding poor Rana for her overconfidence. In my heyday, I would have made short work of that thing. But alas, those days are long behind me. Don't be too hard on yourself, Mistress Nashmera. We all have our bad days. And besides, it's not as if you were just being reckless like me. But never mind that. What in the world did I just see? That creepy dance? That strange cloud of black ether. What does all of this mean, Mistress Nashmara? Come now, I know you know more than you've let on. I do, and I fully intend to share my knowledge with you, once I have seen what I must see with my own 2 eyes. What? In the meantime, someone should hand over these men to the twin adders. I suppose you're right, and we must treat your wounds as well. Melchan, could I ask you to return to the adder's nest and deliver our report? I'll tend to Mistress Nashmara's scratches, and see that no other troublemaking duskwights show up. You gonna tell us what the frick's going on, ever? To think my reflexes have slowed to this degree in my time away from the stage. I must resume my training once my wounds heal, before I embarrass myself any further. Back to Gridania. This is Dumbledore levels of keeping crucial information from us for no reason. Yes, it is. Whoosh. Whoosh. Gavin. Hi, Gavin. What's this? You apprehended the Duskwhite miscreants for us. Splendid. On behalf of all of Gridania, you have our gratitude. We will dispatch a unit to the South Shroud at once. My apologies for the delay, Melchan. I'm pleased to report that our dancing Duskwhite friends have been handed over to the proper authorities, and Renard's patched up my wounds good as new. With sufficient rest, I should be back on the stage in no time. Not on my watch, you won't. I mean, pray do not overexert yourself, Mistress Nashmara. You need your rest. I told you I could have handed over the culprits myself. I know, Renard, and yet I wanted to be there myself when they awoke. It played out exactly as I expected. They remembered little or nothing about their dancing, their secret gatherings, or any of the conversations that led up to it all. Just being stubborn, no doubt. Good job. Worry not, friends. The twin adders will carry out a proper interrogation. And yet, one thing concerns me. Is it true that these events bear a striking similarity to a situation you witnessed in Uldar? What we have witnessed is none other than the Totentans, the dance of the damned. And it is our God's given duty as dancers to see that it is never danced again. Finally, information. The dance of the damned? Our mission? Whatever are you rambling about, Mistress Nashmara? I thought our mission was to lend strength and succour to the suffering, and lift the spirits of the realm. That it is. And yet the truth of exactly what this entails runs far deeper. Throughout our storied history, the dancers of Troop Falciem have saved countless lands, time and again, from a fate most dire. When war and calamity ravage the land, fear and anger fill men's hearts. These emotions fester, reacting with the aether around us, in the air we breathe, the ground beneath our feet, to form an etheric manifestation of malaise that spreads like a dark cloud across the land. The weak, the downtrodden, the scorned and suffering. Sadly, it is these people who are oft the quickest to fall prey to dark despair. Left unchecked, the shadow fully consumes them, their hearts, their minds. In the end, even control of their very limbs is taken from them. Stripped of the last semblances of sanity, they flail about in a manner most hideous. Tales tell of mothers blissfully unaware as they trampled their beloved children. Men who danced so violently they ripped the limbs from their own body. Ugh. This is the Totentans, the dance of the damned. Well, what madness is this? If you speak true, and this damnable dance you speak of arises from the fear and anger in people's hearts, why did it not manifest itself in the wake of the calamity, in Eorzea's darkest hour? Call me mad, but I think I understand. In times of greatest crisis, just surviving for another day requires all the strength we can muster. People have neither the time nor the freedom of mind to dwell on emotions like hatred or anger. Renard has the right of it. It is precisely at this time, a time when Eorzea has made great strides in its recovery, yet deeper wounds still go undressed, that your people are most susceptible to that damnable dance. So that is why our art was born so many ages ago, not just to drive out the darkness from people's hearts in a figurative sense, but to literally cast out etheric shadows, and free the afflicted from the clutches of the Totentans. Yes, this is the truth of Troop FLAMETHROWER, passed down from principle to principle for generations. What I did for the Duskwights was to use my dance to extract the darkness from their hearts and give it a physical form that can then be struck down and banished. It has been several centuries since the menace of the Totentans last reared its ugly head. To be honest, when we first came to Eorzea, I was unsure as to what we would encounter. So as not to worry the two of you overmuch, I kept the truth from you. Yet now that I've seen it with my own eyes, our mission could not be more clear. As the inheritors of the Kriegstans, we must chase the shadow of the Totentans from this realm. I beg forgiveness for the secrecy, my friends, and ask that you lend me your aid. Okay, this is a lot to take in. I'm not sure how I feel about this. You can count on me. Fine, no more secrets. That was pointless. And rude. Of course you can count on us. After all, Melchan and I are dancers of Troop FLAMETHROWER too. And it's like you always say, a dancer never abandons her partner. Why should you have to carry the burden of saving the whole realm all by yourself? Renard, Melchan, after all of my harsh words and hidden truths, you are far too kind. I must confess that I'm still struggling to understand all this, but one thing is clear. This dancing epidemic you speak of poses a grave danger to our realm. I will contact the other grand companies immediately and apprise them of the threat. Should there be any reports of similar phenomena in other nations, we would like to call upon you to deal with the matter. Forgive us the imposition, but clearly this is beyond our ability. Leave it to us. Nothing would honour us more than if the nations of Eorzea would place their trust in Troop FLAMETHROWER and allow us to perform for their people. But this is just a thing that can just happen anywhere. Seems like maybe everyone should know about this, so they know what to look for. And we should have more than like a group of 3 people fighting this. And with that, only Ishgard and Alamigo remain on our itinerary. Of the two, Ishgard has had more time for its people to recover from the scars of war. Let us make it our next destination. At any rate, we will need more time to properly prepare for the confrontation ahead. In the meantime, Renard, you are to continue your performances. You require more practice still, before I can bequeath to you all the secrets of the Kriegstans. You can count on me, Mistress Nashmera. Yeah, we're going to Ishgard. And you, Melchan, pray continue to hone your skills in battle. If we hope to prevail against the Totentans, we will need your martial skills as much as we need your dancing. For no, it is not enough that we lure the shadows out of people's hearts. We must dispel the darkness for good, lest it simply drift on until it finds another unsuspecting host. Yes, we'll be needing your strength more than ever. And with that, I too should prepare myself. Our true last act draws ever closer at hand. True last act? Very weird. They say the Shroud is home to many bards, minstrels who wield song and bow alike in battle. Though I have not seen their art in action, I cannot help but feel a common bond between them and our dancers. Should go see bards, they're cool. It's not easy finding time to practice the new steps Mistress Nashmera taught me, while rehearsing for my daily performances, but knowing that I have a duty to perform gives me the strength I need to carry on. High stepping in the holy sea. Nashmera is smiling at you expectantly. Ah, Melchan. Your timing is impeccable. I just received word from Ishgard. The powers that be have decided to welcome Troop FLAMETHROWER with open arms. Fortunately, there are no rumours to suggest that the Totentans has already struck the city, or any of the surrounding regions in Kurthus. And yet, word has it that some of the less privileged residents of the city have grown increasingly vocal of late, not entirely unlike what we witnessed in Uldar. We must be vigilant. And so I would like to ask you and Renard to make for the Holy See, as soon as you are able. I would join you, but I fear my wounds are not healing as quickly as I had hoped. I would only slow you down. Leave it to us, Mistress Nashmera. No matter what shadows plague the people's hearts, there'll be no match for your two favourite protégés. Come, Melchan. Ishgard awaits us. Which way was it again? Just head north till it gets very cold. Whatever dangers await you in Ishgard, I have no doubt that you and Renard are more than up to the task. Harsh climbs await you in Ishgard, yes? I do hope Renard intends to pack some warmer clothes. We'll see. Horsefont. Hug. Hello. Why, my arms and legs feel like they're gonna freeze and snap off like icicles. How can you even bear this, Melchan? I've gotten used to it. Mind over matter. I've gotten used to it. I suppose adventurers like you get to experience all sorts of climbs in your travels. Perhaps with time, I'll get used to it too. Anyhow, our first order of business is to pay our respects to our hosts. I've been told that one Sir Handaloo awaits us at a place they call the Congregation. I take it that you know the way? Couldn't happen in Ishgard because the Mana Lane is too good a dancer. Very good. Back in here again. Hello. Bloody tall elves. Well met, Melchan. It is always a pleasure to welcome you back to Ishgard. Though I must say, I did not expect to see you return to us as a member of a travelling dance troupe. Just wait until you see her on stage. She's a sight to behold. Oh, but forgive me. My name is Renard Migo, and I thank you for opening the gates of your fair city to Troop FLAMETHROWER. The pleasure is ours. I must confess that I found the report from our friends at the Twin Adder regarding this Dance of the Damned somewhat difficult to believe. But if even a great hero like Melchan here would come all the way here for this purpose, I would be a fool to dismiss the threat. And yet I have questions. The instructions from your Mistress Nashmera called for rounding up prominent members of the commoner class, and seating them front and centre at your performance. I did not object, of course, but whatever purpose is this meant to serve? We need to, like, make them happy or something? The Totentans is a plague that spreads from one man's heart to the next, and those whose hearts weigh heaviest with anger, fear, and unease are often the first to fall prey to its clutches. If we can assemble influential members of the community and free their hearts from shadow before disaster strikes, these men and women could in turn raise the spirits of their peers. Mistress Nashmera believes this is our best hope for curtailing the spread of the Totentans. Where the leaders go, so others will follow. I suppose it is as logical a course of action as any. Very well. I have already identified suitable personages and extended to them an invitation for your performance. The venue will be before the Gates of Judgment. We believe this location would be most accessible to those who live outside the city walls. Thank you kindly, my good sir. Well then, Melchan, we'd best get on our way. We don't want to keep our audience waiting out there in the freezing cold, do we? Oh, why did I remind myself about the cold? Brrr. I just nod. Melchan's home is cold, but home it is. Yes. I trot on all the tables and the people love me anyway. We need to teach Emmerich how to dance and tell him he's the only one who can do this. Oh, yes! I want to do that so much. Your audience awaits you before the Gates of Judgment. I will leave matters in your capable hands. That said, your friend, Renard was it? Seems quite sensitive to the chill in the air. Perhaps she should consider donning a nice warm coat when she's not performing? Yeah, that might be an idea. Wait, are we outside? Yeah. Easiest to go to Camp Dragonhead. I want to see Dancer Emmerich. That would be amazing. Hello. Yeah, pretty cold out here. Talk about an imposing audience. Now let's give them a show to remember. Oh, and Melchan, let's keep the true purpose of our performance to ourselves, alright? We don't want to cause a panic after all. If we can draw out and dispel the darkness before the Totentan strikes, our task will be that much the easier. And besides, we want our audience to enjoy the show, don't we? I must admit I'm a bit nervous, but I know we'll be fine if we trust in each other. Alright, here goes nothing. Watch closely and follow my lead. Dance for your people, Emmerich. Yes. Ladies, gentlemen, fair citizens of the Holy See, hailing from distant Razathan in the east, we are the troop Falsiem. Today, we dance for you the Kriegsdans, an ancient art passed down to us from the days of yore. Though the Kriegsdans was born on the battlefield, it is a dance that brings healing and succour. Why did I say dance instead of dance? Your people suffered for too long the horrors of the Dragon Song War. Let our performance fill your hearts with hope and heal any scars that may still linger. And now, without further ado, let the show begin. I've never seen dancing like this before. It stirs the very depths of my soul. Just watching her, I can feel all my pain and anger melting away. Pay no mind to those ominous clouds. It's all part of the performance, you see. Yes, Troupe FLCM spares no expenses in treating our audience to a spectacle for the senses. Sure, that works. That's your cue, Mel-chan. Now sweep those nasty shadows away. Don't worry about me. It's our admiring audience that needs you now. Foreboding ether. Those noises those things made. Ooh, they were horrible. Very disturbing. When I received a sudden invitation to this performance, I didn't know what to expect. But that was simply remarkable. Ever since the show ended, my mind is clear, and all my troubles just don't seem so bad anymore. And the same, I must say, that last scene where those fearsome shadow beasts appeared was particularly dramatic and invigorating. It's the strangest feeling. Even though my lot in life hasn't changed one bit, I feel like I'll be able to face tomorrow with my head held high. Ah, you folks are far too kind, but I thank you, one and all. Never in my life have I felt so proud to be a dancer. Nothing quite like seeing all those smiling, satisfied faces. Don't you agree, Mel-chan? Just the thought that we were able to bring a measure of happiness and hope to these proud, strong people makes all the hard hours of training worthwhile. And can you believe it? We were even able to stave off the shadows before the Totentans even struck. I do believe we've more than done Nashmeira proud. I dare say our job here is done. So why don't we head back to Gridania and share the good tidings with everyone? I'll race you there. I'll race you there. Walks off. Guess that could have happened the whole time and Glasses Lady didn't warn us about it. Yeah. This is a strange quest line. Yeah, that could have happened in Uldar and... oh well. Where'd she go? Oh no. I trust your performance in Ishgard was a success. As for us, I fear there's been something of an unexpected development. Oh no. Oh no. Go do that dance with Fidola. Yeah! I feel like this has some very strange implications that don't really fit in with the MSQ very well. Mel-chan, it's Mistress Nashmeira. She's gone. Settle down, Renar. Nothing ill has befallen our leader. She has simply taken a leave of absence, entirely of her own volition. Said she had a matter to attend to with an old friend. The same friend who introduced her to our patron Master Gegaruju, if I recall. She was reluctant to go into detail, but it would seem this individual is also familiar with the Totentans, and has been researching the situation in Alamigo on our behalf. Miss Nashmera means to join her there and scout out a suitable venue for our ultimate performance. She has asked that you and Renard continue training on your own, until such time as she summons us. Would it have killed her to at least wait for our report? Or does this mean that she actually trusts us? I guess. If Mistress Nashmera believes in our ability to handle affairs, I suppose we owe her the same in return. Now that Alamigo has finally been freed from the Garlean yoke, surely it's only a matter of time before its people are ready to welcome us with open arms. At the same time, much like Ishgard, it is a land whose people have known more than their fair share of suffering. We will need to be at our best to deliver them from the dance of the damned. You know what that means, Melchan? We must train with greater discipline than ever before. Is this a thing that can happen in the first as well? Because you'd think there'd be a lot of people doing that dance on the first before we came along. Renard has matured much in her short time on these shores, yes? Carrying herself as she does in Mistress Nashmera's absence, I could almost see her assuming the role of principal one day. Save the last dance for me. Technical stirrup. Renard Migo has a letter in hand and is excitedly waving it in your direction. Just going to turn off the air conditioner. It's a bit cold now. Great news, Melchan. A post-moogle just dropped off this letter from Mistress Nashmera. She says the stage has all been set for our performance in Alamigo. Just sin eaters, but synchronized dancing. Yes. So good. Why, she's even scouted out what she claims is an ideal venue to host our exhibition. A village called Alagana that sits in the Girabania highlands. Doubtless in part due to its location near the border, there are considerable fears among the villagers that the Garleans will return and retake their home with a vengeance. In other words, it is precisely the sort of place where the Totentans is likely to strike. At any rate, Mistress Nashmera assures me that she and her secretive acquaintance have made all the necessary preparations. The Alamigan resistance, she says, has seen fit to ensure that Alagana's most prominent residents will be in attendance. If we can perform as we did in Ishgard, and swiftly dispel the darkness from their hearts, surely they will be able to influence their fellow villagers and stave off the onset of the Totentans. And what did she say at the very end of the letter? Ah, yes. Renard, Melchan, the success of our tour, and the very future of Troop Falciem itself, rides on you. I am counting on you to rise to the occasion. Are you as excited as I am? Let's make this a show for the ages. And with that, let us set out for Alagana. We mustn't keep Mistress Nashmera waiting. Halric with the same cold, haunting stare, except he's doing the Mandeville. Oh, that's a nightmare. That's great. Oh. Wolfie! Flying Wolfie! Anyway, hello. How curious. It appears our fearless leader has not yet arrived. Perhaps she got held up somewhere along the way. Ah, there you are, Melchan. Have you by chance seen Mistress Nashmera? I can't find her anywhere, and I'm sure she'll be along soon. I know she wouldn't miss our performance for the world. And look at what I've found. I've scoured the troops' wardrobes to find outfits befitting our grand finale. One thing's for certain, we'll be dressed to impress. And remember, mum's the word about the Totentans, alright? We want our audience to enjoy the performance, without worrying themselves with the terrible truth behind it all. Well then, whenever you're ready to take the stage, you know where to find me. Okay? Let's do it. This is it, Mel-chan. Ready to raise the curtain on our final act? Yeah! Let's do it. I wanna dance. So going straight from Ishgard to here would be one hell of a whiplash in terms of temperature. So close and yet so far. For all who cannot make the voyage to our home, we bring our art to yours. Hailing from Radzit-Han across the sea, I present the incomparable, transcendent, Troupe Falsiem. Today, we perform for you the ancient dance of our ancestors, a spectacle to stir the heart, enrich the mind, and chase away the shadows of doubt that plague your soul. Feast your eyes upon the Kriegstans. Even more monsters to fight. Ah, ah. The music just stops. Ah. Right on cue. Alright, Mel-chan, let's take out that nasty thing before our audience realises it's not just for show. Just look at those enraptured faces. The excitement in the air is almost palpable. They know they're about to get a show the likes of which they have never seen. The Alamegans are counting on us, Mel-chan, and in more ways than they themselves even know. We must dance, and not stop dancing till every last shadow has been purged from their hearts. This is the performance we were born to give. My chakrams are cooler. What a nice shadow monster waiting for us to give a speech. This is our biggest audience yet, which means we're in for a tough fight. But if we dance our dance, there won't be any stopping us. How curious. Well, I could have sworn that shadowy mass just popped out from within my own body. But I'm sure it's just part of the performance. Time to sit back and enjoy the show. Yeah, it's just part of the performance, don't worry. The darkness has been drawn from the hearts of your audience. Oh, should I dance partner you? Our dance is reaching their hearts. Look, there's another shadow. And another. That's right, I forgot Dancer AoE is very tiny. Except for the actual dance. Bonds of Loss. That sounds lovely. Orbs. Should I take your orb and you take mine? No, we just run away. Okay. Run away! Treat the fight like a dance. Here comes a big one. Stand strong with me, Mel-chan. I knew it. Together, nothing can bring us down. I've never seen dancing like this. Even that giant fiend has its hands full with them. That's a lot. My apologies for keeping you waiting. Seems I made it just in time for the grand finale. Mistress Nashmira. AoE. Oh, that was cool. Oh, she can dance again. That's good. Oh, arrows. Arrows. More darkness. Darkness. Oh, seems a new fiend's joined the fray. Oh, hi. Mo-chan, you take that masked one in the middle, and I'll handle the rest. Whee! I'm glad these AoEs aren't hurting the audience. Their attacks grow stronger. Keep your focus and fight as one. Three dancers taking the stage as one. This should be a sight to behold. Okay, we've been dancing for a while. Did you just come in? It's trying to liberate all the remaining ether. We must move quickly. Ah, hello. Dance. Oh, that's not interruptible. Ow. This bodes ill. Hurry, Renard. We must lend Mel-chan our strength. Consider it done. Are you ready, Mel-chan? This dance is for you. Huh? What you doing? I want to see your dance. Oh, I got a nice damage up buff. Didn't really need it, but it was cool. Technical step. Together they form 1 Reaper worth of damage. Mistress Nashmira. Oh, I knew you wouldn't miss our grand finale. And you're dancing. Why, you were every bit as enchanting as I remembered from all those years ago. Sharing the stage with you truly was a dream come true. I simply had to make amends for my embarrassing display in Gridania, did I not? My wounds had all but healed entirely, so I redoubled my training efforts after arriving here in Alamigo. I dare say I feel as spry as I have in years. And yet, there can be no doubt. You and Melchan were the true stars today. To think that you have come so far in such a short span of time. Mayhap I should have just admired your performance from the wings instead of stepping in. Mayra, I seem to recall you telling me just the other day that the girl was still not ready for the spotlight. Yay, she was a songstress. Was Flamen all along. Okay, that's cool. You know me, Lamen. I'm strict with my students because I expect only the best from them. And these two have done me proud today. Fancy meeting you here, Melchan. I must admit, it gave me quite a start when my Mayra here told me that you, of all people, had joined her merry little troop. Mayra and I go far, far back, you know. After those horrific events unfolded in Uldar, I hid away in Thavnair for some time. It was then that we first made each other's acquaintance. Song and dance go together rather well, needless to say, and our friendship rapidly blossomed. When she turned to me for assistance in planning Troop FLCM's tour of Eorzea, I was more than happy to do my part. It does not surprise me that an accomplished adventurer would have many friends across the realm, but never would I have suspected you and my dear Lamen were so close. Truly, fate must have brought us together for a reason. Your dear Lamen. Okay. I feel the same. Your presence alone has motivated me to grow in ways I never would have thought possible. You have given me the courage, strength, and determination to be more than what I was. Thank you. Hi. I thought I recognized that face from somewhere. From Liberator of Alamigo to Travelling Performer, eh? Not a path I'd have predicted, but I'm hardly surprised to see you emerge triumphant in whatever you do. Aye, that was truly a performance for the ages. Here in Alagana, we don't get much exposure to foreign cultures. Rather stimulating, that was. Especially the grand finale, where you chased off those bloody shadow beasts. Got the blood pumping, I'd say. I only wish there was more we could do to show our appreciation. Think nothing of it, my good sir. Just knowing that we've brought a measure of joy to Alamigo in its time of need is reward enough for us. Too kind you are, miss. The road ahead of us is a long one, but thanks to you, we can stride down it with a spring in our step. Know that our village is always open to you, should you ever be willing to grace us with another performance. Farewell, friends. Phew! For a second, I thought he'd realised the true nature of those shadows. But no, the threat of the Totentans is gone for now, and it seems no one's the wiser. Except the people nearby who overheard. That is heartening indeed. And with that, we should prepare for our departure. The Alamigans were kind enough to invite us in these trying times. We mustn't linger so long that our presence becomes a burden. I too should be on my way. It was a pleasure and honour both to see you on the stage again, Mayra. And you as well, Melchan. Till our paths cross again, go in safety. Aw, that was sweet. Oh, no, Flamen, she's gone. I went to Mistress Nashmera expecting to be chewed out for being a beat slow here or out of tune there, but she just smiled and said this was my best performance ever. Is she feeling quite alright? You and Renar have truly done me proud today, friend. Why, I dare say the day is not far off when I can hand Troop FLCM over to a worthy successor. Well, that's the last of it. Our props are packed up and we're ready to take to the road. I must say, it's a touch bittersweet knowing that this was our last performance, but I suppose even the best of things must come to an end. Mistress Nashmara and I, Mistress Nashmara will go ahead to Limsa Laminsa to secure us passage back to Radzat Han. You'll stop by and see us off, yes? We'd like to pay you proper thanks before taking our leave of this land. Okay, I was wondering where I could go to talk to them again. Limsa Laminsa. Better not tell people that if they get too sad they could die, because therapy is expensive, I guess. Yeah, this is... It's very strange the way this would actually work in this world. So many implications. I like the concept of it though. Dancing purely to bring people joy. My throat's getting pretty sore actually, so I'm glad we're about to finish up. Hello. Dance. It was an honour travelling the realm with you, friend. Once companions, always companions. I have little doubt that our paths will cross again. There is no need for teary farewells, Melchan. We will meet again all too soon. I'm sure of it. You hiding something else? Hmm? Melchan, I'm so touched. You really did come to see us off. Thank you ever so much for all you have done. It was an honour to tour Eorzea with you and bring strength and succour to its people. You have my gratitude as well, Melchan. The people whose hearts you have touched will, in turn, inspire others. Yes, before long, the dance of the damned will be but a memory. But doesn't it come back anytime? And yet, until that time, we cannot let down our guard. I propose that we extend our tour of Eorzea, in the event that there are yet people in this realm who still require our aid. Do you truly mean this, Mistress Nashmara? Melchan and I can keep dancing together? In good time, Renar, yes. But Melchan is an adventurer, and one whose services are justifiably in high demand. It would not be very considerate of us to monopolise her services for our ends. And so we bid you farewell for now. Renar and I will remain in Limsa, and consult with Master Gegaruju about potentially extending our tour to new locations. Pray come back and visit us on occasion, yes? Renar gets awfully lonely without company. Hey, that's not... Well, I suppose it is true. Keep dancing, Melchan, and let us eagerly await the day that we can take the stage together anew. So have you been to Doma yet? Because Doma could probably use this as well. Technical step. In chasing the shadows from the hearts of your audience, you have learned a new dance. Technical step. Nice. Technical step. No friends of mine. The hearts beat. Do, 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 do. That's right. You don't get level 70 gear for Dancer. Step gauge. Performing a technical step will display 4 icons. So same thing, but just with 4 icons. Oh, it's a lot of colours. What's the damage? 1080. That's cool. Not sure if I like that keybind for it. I could move it over here. Hang on. What kind of damage boost does it get? 5%. Okay, it's the same damage boost. So you mainly do it for the huge damage. Additional effect activates the Esprit gauge. Well, I don't have that yet, but that sounds cool. Esprit gauge. Saber dance. Ooh. That sounds cool. And all the classes get some cool stuff that I can't wait for. Starfall dance. All enemies in a straight line. That sounds cool. Do these story beats remind you of anything from the MSQ, by the way? The part in Uldar reminded me of the riot stuff from Realm Reborn. Can't think of anything at the moment. You've now learned to river dance. So welcome, Frigg. I've danced in deserts beneath the burning sun, in lush forests, atop snow-swept peaks. I can't wait to see where my journey will take me next. I have relied on your kindness and talent for far too long already, and so I intend to scout out new dancers who can help shoulder the burden. Perhaps Laman could introduce me to someone. Yeah, this should be a lot. Like, this should be a whole thing. Like, every nation should have their own dancers to get rid of this dark energy. Renard continues to do Troupe FLCM proud. Every time I watch her perform, I'm inspired to compose new melodies and rhythms to bring out the most of her dynamic and refined movements. This is the life of a performer, ever striving for greater heights. How are you of late? From Kurthus to Thanalan, Lanosia to Girabania. We have been to every corner of this realm, and nigh every settlement in between. And everywhere we go, we are greeted with a chorus of cheers for our performance. Though the Totentan still threatens to rear its ugly head from time to time, Renard has seen to it that not one man has fallen to its clutches. Nashmeira's injury has healed as well, though it will take her a while still to fully regain her stamina. Troupe FLCM's reputation has only grown with our principal's return to the stage. What's a dancer? Ah, but of course. Given your great skill, I often forget that you are a relative newcomer to our ranks. Very well then, where should I begin? Dancers, in our parlance, refer to the shining stars of our company, Troupe FLCM. Those who have inherited the Kriegstans, the ancient form of dance that predates the very founding of our fair city. As to when and how the Kriegstans first originated, none can truly say, but one thing is for certain. It is a dance meant as much for the battlefield as it is for the stage. The whirling, twirling motions of our dancers strike at our foes, and rouse the passions of our friends, casting out the shadows of fear and doubt, and bringing out a strength of spirit they knew not they had. Some even say our art is akin to a form of magic, but with great power comes great responsibility. Yeah. And Troupe FLCM has long kept a secret known handed down from principal to principal across generations. A secret that Mistress Nashmeira only recently did share with us. I speak, of course, of our role in battling the Totentans, the dance of the damned. In times of calamity and strife, When the hearts of men are plagued by deep-rooted doubts and fears, so does that accursed dance ever loom, waiting to prey upon the suffering. In times of calamity and strife. So is this anything to do with the rejoinings? Maybe? Well, it remains just a theory. It is believed that these shadows of the heart resonate with the ether in the air and earth around us, thus becoming amplified and spreading further. In the end, so powerful do these etheric shadows become, that those afflicted lose control of both body and mind, their limbs flailing and twisting with grotesque, violent and ceaseless motions. This is a phenomenon we know as the Totentans. In touring the 5 nations of Eorzea with our troop, you witness with your own 2 eyes the threat of which I speak. And yet, thanks in no small part to the efforts of Renar and yourself, the full horror of the Totentans was averted. And for this, Troop Felsiem and the entire realm are in your debt. This could easily be something like super important to the lore of the whole realm. Or it could just be something they came up with. Interesting. Well, I'll show you how we play Dancer. What Dancer does. And then I think we're done. Yeah, I don't have any gear to look at. From Endwalker. Yeah, I haven't done Endwalker yet. Yeah, the furthest I've gotten is 5.1. Yeah, I like the general concept of the Dancer quest though. Of bringing out happiness in people's hearts and such. Relieving their fears and angers and such. Making people happy. Yeah. Yeah, so Dancer is the last of the 3 physical range DPS. It's really... I really like it actually. It's very proc based though. It's super random. So if you don't like randomness, you might not like Dancer. But because of the randomness, it hasn't got just a set in stone rotation like a lot of the other classes. You kind of have to like make it up as you go along. So it's got a 1-2. 1 and 2. There's no 3, it's just a 1-2. And the 2 steps of your 1-2 both have a 50% chance of proccing their own special move. So you can see this one's procced, Fountain Fall. Looks like this. Looks pretty cool. So now we go back to our 1-2. I haven't procced the other one yet. I'll still use Fountain Fall though. Yeah, so you do your 1-2. Use your procs as they come up. Reverse Cascade doesn't seem to want to proc. I want to show Reverse Cascade. I'm just going to do 1 over and over. There you go. Reverse Cascade. Yeah. And those moves have their own 50% chance of doing something. They have a chance of giving you a feather, which goes in your little meter. And that can go up to 4. And each you can spend one of them to do Fan Dance. That's off the global cooldown. That's like a little thing you just throw in between your other dance steps. And that's got its own 50% chance of letting you do 3-fold Fan Dance. Fan Dance 3. And this is an AoE one. Got a fair bit of range on it though. So that's got its own 50% chance. So it's a bunch of 50% chances all nested behind each other. You start with your 1-2. Those steps have a 50% chance of letting you do these steps. And these steps have a 50% chance of giving you a feather to spend on that. And that's got a 50% chance of letting you do another fan move. And I don't think you can spend more than 1 feather at a time. So you can kind of choose if you want to store them up for like a damage cooldown or something. Or if you want to spend them as they come in. spend a feather. And then we've got our dances. A standard step. This is a 2-step dance. So we turn this on. And it gives us like a Simon Says thing. It's random each time. So this time, so our 1-2 and our 1-2 procs turn into dance steps. And we want to do the ones it tells us. So we'll do the green one. And then we'll do the yellow one. Then we do a finisher, which it ran out, but it's only a 30-second thing. So you're doing that every 30 seconds as you're throwing in your little 2-step dance. And if you do it right, you do the most damage, and you get the most buffs. Oh yeah, because you're supposed to put closed position on someone nearby. So hang on, I'll summon Nero, because I can do that to him. My chocobo. Haven't seen a reason to save any if you can spend them. Yeah, pretty much just for if you know you're about to go and like if you're about to pop your 2-minute damage cooldown, you might want to have 4 fans for that. Apart from that though, I don't think there's any mechanic you would want to save them up for in terms of dancer skills. Yeah, so you put closed position on someone in your party, and that makes them your dance partner. And you want to do that with another DPS. And you can do it with your chocobo just as a nice little bonus. And they share effects of certain actions. So our dance, I've got to look at the tooltip in here. That'll be easiest. Standard finish. Yeah, it's a 2-step dance. If you get no steps right, you only do 360 damage. If you get 2 steps right, you do 720. That's just a nice... It's a pretty huge radius. Just a huge circle damage field kind of thing. And it also gives you and your dance partner a 5% damage buff if you get it right, If you get both steps right, 5% damage buff for 60 seconds. And because the cooldown on it is 30 seconds, well, that's going to be up all the time as long as you're making sure you dance when you can. Yellow and blue. Then we do our finisher. Yeah, and I get a nice damage buff, and so does my dance partner. That's why you want to put that on the high damage people in the raid or the party. And now I've got a 2-minute cooldown version of the dance called Technical Step. This one's 4 steps instead of 2. And of course that means it gives more benefits, does more damage, 1080 damage. Okay, so it's the same, it's actually about similar damage for the first 2 steps. But the 4 steps is 1080 damage. Still only goes up to 5% damage buff though. Why don't you just pop this just for the damage? Whoosh! That's cool. Yeah, I like the little Simon Says sections, because it's random each time what order you're going to need to do them in. Ooh, kind of paying attention to that. Used to be 1500 at the top. Oh, wow. That would have been fun. A crit that did just under 200k damage. Damn. That's a lot. And that's pretty much Dancer. You do your 1-2 over and over. You do your dances as they come off cooldown for the damage and to refresh the damage buff. And just go back to your 1-2 and you spend your procs as they come in. You do that. And didn't get a feather, go back to 1-2. And just like the other ranged physical DPS, you can do everything on the run. So it's extremely mobile. Yeah, you've got a 2-minute cooldown buff, critical hit rate and direct hit rate by 20%, which is kind of a lot for 20 seconds. And your dance partner also gets that, so another good reason to remember you do that. Remember to make a dance partner at the start of a dungeon. It lasts the whole dungeon, so you just need to remember to do it. Then we've got our AoE. So the AoE is pretty much the same thing. We've got an AoE 1-2. It's super short range though. It's like melee DPS range. Very short range. You really have to get right in there. Yeah, so it's an AoE 1-2. 1 and 2. And they both have 50% chance of giving you a different 1-2. So here's Rising Wind... Oh, hang on. Wrong button. Rising Windmill. And Blood Shower. And they have their 50% chance of getting a feather. And you can spend feathers instead of the single target. You can spend them on an AoE one called Fan Dance 2. Looks like that. And that also can proc this Fan Dance 3. Yeah, so it's the same thing, it's just different buttons. Do your 1-2. If they proc these other two, you do those. If they give you feathers, you can spend the feathers. And spending the feathers might give you this other thing. And your dance is an AoE, so you want to do that as well. Yeah, and you can do the AoE buttons for your dance steps if that's more comfortable to you when you're AoEing. And do your technical step. Yeah, that's Dancer. It's procs upon procs upon procs. It's very nice. The counter. Oh yes, so that yep. That's a counter for your damage buff. Yes, that should never hit 0. Very important. That's pretty much Dancer. We've got that 10% damage taken defensive buff we can do, that all range DPS, all range physical can do. Just like the Machinist Tactician, we've got Shield Samba. And interesting, Dancer also has Curing Waltz, which is a heal. Heals own HP and HP of all nearby party members. And your dance partner also procs that effect. So you get kind of a double effect of it. So that's cool. Just a nice little bonus. Yeah, that's Dancer pretty much. Oh yeah, you got a nice little charge forward with 2 charges. And I think that's just because your AoE is such small range, you will need to dive forward to get into the thicker things to do your AoE. Definitely the shortest range of the range physical. Yeah, that's Dancer. Save up some feathers. So it looks pretty. Yeah, I really like Dancer. It just feels completely different from the other classes just because it's so proc based. Ferns. 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 Very random though. I didn't get any Fan Dance 3 procs. Sad. Yeah, it's a very fun class, and yeah, you empower your dance partner, so you pick out who you want to make your dance partner, and they get the cool bonuses too. Yeah, really fun class, and just chakrams are cool as well. Just throwing the chakrams, having them sweep back. Chakrams are cool weapons, so. Yeah, that's Dancer. Channel. I think I'm in combat with all of these. Yeah, that's how big the radius of the dance finishes are. It hits like everything. You got your party movement speed buff out of combat. Nero, stop. Bad boy. Thank you. Bad Nero. Alright, whatever Nero, you can keep attacking that. Yeah, that's Dancer. It's very cool. Yeah, Bedevilment and Technical Step. Yeah, they should pair together. Same 2-minute cooldown. Yeah. Yeah, it's a fun class. I like it quite a bit. The range DPS, or the physical, I keep like bouncing between which one's my favourite. I think Dancer's my favourite at the moment. I'm going to be playing more Bard soon though, so I might change that again. Oh yeah, they all feel totally different from each other, which is very good. Dance is cool. And you can just dance whenever you want. Also, if you want, you can just keep hitting buttons while dancing, just for fun. Because why not? So you can mess around in towns if you want. Ah. More dance. 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 Just keep hitting buttons now. I like Dancer. Start should be bedevilment, standard step, and then tech step. Ah, okay. Yep, that makes sense. Yeah, you'd want to get your damage buff going before you do tech step. That makes sense. Thank you. Okay. I am going to find someone to raid. Who are we going to raid today? Oh, that person's doing Endwalker stuff. Don't want to spoil myself on that. Not many people streaming tonight. I guess I could send you to Abigail Beck, but she is just starting, so yeah, I'll send you to her anyway. But thank you all very much for watching. Abigail Beck. And next time, we've only got Monk and Black Mage left. So I'm pretty keen to get those done, actually. And then we can do Reaper and Sage as well, and then do role quests, and then start getting back into Shadowbringers story stuff. Kind of quiet for the last week. Maybe people are tired from watching GDQ. Maybe. Anyway, thank you all very much for watching, and I shall see you all next time. See ya.